Hello, good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Transmute Festival. My name's Gary Albert. I am the music alchemist and I create spontaneous improvised transmissions of alchemical music on the flute, the piano, vocals, and electronics. All of which I learned how to do on last year's 8-week Transmute 8-week Academy, which I feel so happy to be here kicking off today's or this evening's, wherever you are in the world, festival, because Transmute really opened up a whole new world of possibilities for me and enabled me to become the artist and the musician that I always dreamed that I could be. And I create music and sound worlds now that I only dreamed that I could create before. And so it means such a lot to be here to be kicking off the festival for Laura and Jules and the team. So here I go. Enjoy some music alchemy. Get involved in the comments. Share how you feel. Share your experience. What you see, what you feel, what you visualize. This is an emotional experience, a journey of delight, of wonder, and magic. And I hope you enjoy it. So there we go. There's a little bit of music alchemy for you. I hope you enjoyed. I look forward to going checking out the comments and seeing how you guys felt. Whew, it's hot in here. My name's Gary Albert. You can find me on Instagram at garyalbert.me and Music Alchemy on Facebook. Thank you guys. Enjoy the rest of the festival. I have to shoot off now because I am going to do my own show at 7:30 p.m. right here in 15 minutes. So I've got a dash. Loads of love. If any of you out there are considering doing the Transmute 8-week program, I cannot recommend it enough. It's absolutely changed my life. It's changed the way I think and feel about music. It's changed the things I can do with music, and it's changed the whole way I see my future as a musician and as a performer. And I'd just like to say that, you know, before doing the Transmute course, I had only the most technology I could use is recording a video on my phone. I'd never touched a computer in terms of technology. And I went through the course. I had to work really hard to learn all the technology because, of course, a lot of people on the course were already quite proficient. But I went for it. I did it, and I'm so glad that I did, because I can do all this fun, amazing, incredible, beautiful stuff that I've only ever dreamed of being able to do. So if you're watching and you're on the fence, I absolutely cannot recommend it enough. So much love. Got a frog in my throat now. Excuse me. So much love, and enjoy the rest of the festival. Bye-bye for now. Mwah!
Yes, yes. Give it up for Gary. We love Gary. Gary Albert, the musical alchemist, a shining example of what we do here at Transmute. So thanks for kicking it off, Gary. Thanks for everybody watching. I'm Jules, program manager, holding it down here at Shabby Road in the broadcast truck today. And I can't wait to see what everybody else has in store. We got people from all over the world playing today. Some of them are pre-recorded, but that's just the name of the game, because those are the shows that people are going to be doing live as well. And some people focus on streaming, like Gary. Some people are focusing on designing their show to bring out on the road, because shows are coming back, which is great. We love that. Just had a few myself over the last couple weeks. And yeah, we're getting ready to kick off the next Transmute Accelerator next month. We already have a bunch of great people enrolled, and as you can see, the results speak for themselves with people like Gary and what's to come as well. I'll be performing later, doing my Mad MIDI set. And of course, Laura will be with us in a bit, and she'll be performing, and it's going to be great to just see what everybody on the team and on the, in the membership, everyone who's taking the program, is up to right now. It's always so much fun. Because we're waiting on a couple people to kind of get prepared and are in different time zones, we're going to take a little break just at the beginning. It's kind of like a regular festival where we have workshops and different more, educational stuff in the day. That's what we do here. And then we'll get back to the live stuff, and we'll just keep it going all day. So what we're going to run back now is a replay of Laura's workshop masterclass from earlier this week, the Design Your Dream live show, where Laura goes into her live set as well as other examples of live sets that she's worked on. I think we look at Aluna George, Yeah Yeah Yeahs, Porter Robinson, a couple other great ones. So yeah, it's very interesting, and of course shows what we do here, how to look at these sets, and some of the systems and techniques that are behind these shows and behind the performances we'll see today, the performances we'll continue to see come out of the program, and all that good stuff. It's, so much to digest, as Gary said, but it's rewarding. As someone who took the program myself, I can also say it truly did change my life and taught me things that have allowed me to express myself in different creative ways and professional ways that I never really would have probably figured out on my own, and or at least taken a lot longer. And as we know, time is valuable, so which is why I should probably stop rambling. But anyway, much love to y'all. I can't wait to see what's up next, and we are going to run back the Design Your Dream live show workshop from Tuesday. So enjoy that, and we'll be back with live performances in just about an hour. So enjoy this, and get ready for a bunch more throughout the day. Thanks, everybody. Much love.
morning. So nice to see all of your beautiful faces here. Welcome, welcome to Design Your Dream Live Show. I see so many beautiful people on my screen over here, and I'm so excited to take you through a journey today. Yeah, just I'm curious, how many of you are here for the first time with me? I'd love to see you in the chat if you're here for the first time, experiencing me and my team's magic. Shout out to my team is in the chat, all of you showing up to help me out today. This is the first time that we've done this on Zoom. We've been doing it on YouTube and streaming that way, which has its pluses and minuses, but I decided that I wanted to do it on Zoom this time because I wanted to see all of your beautiful faces. So if you can be on video, I would love to see your face. If you can't, I understand sometimes, you know, you had a night the night before. That was me the other day in a Zoom class, or you just don't feel like showing your face. You're doing something that you can't. But if you can, I'd love to see you. And yeah, we're going to go through a bunch of stuff today. So I'm also curious who took the quiz. So if you could type in the chat if you took the quiz and what your performer archetype was. Mine is the innovator. Shock, shock. But I'm looking forward to getting to know which of these performer archetypes you guys are. It's a very special quiz that my team and I put together for the last launch event that we had for the Transmute Accelerator. So today we are celebrating the launch of our new Transmute Accelerator, which starts in July. So I will be telling you a little bit about that throughout this presentation today. I'm really excited. I started Transmute 2.5 years ago, and it's been so much fun to grow it over that time and revamp it and morph it and transmute it into what it is now. And I'm really excited because it's the best and biggest thing that we've done so far. So I think there's more folks on here right now than we've had on YouTube. So congratulate yourselves for showing up today. Really appreciate you being here. So I'm going to do a little bit of a presentation. I see some of you are saying innovator, some of you are controllerist, instrumentalist, band member. Right on. Oh my gosh, all these faces that I'm seeing in here. So beautiful. So many friends, so many loved ones, and a lot of new faces as well. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, innovator, a lot of innovators. Well, you're my people. I mean, you're all my people. But there's that special synergy with the innovators and myself. So I'm going to take you through a journey and show you different examples of all the different types of archetypes today. But first of all, if you don't know who I am, my name is Laura Escudé, and I'm an artist and entrepreneur. So I love to perform. It's my favorite thing in the whole world. This is me performing at South by Southwest, at the NAMM show, at this amazing venue called National Sawdust in New York. I am also an entrepreneur. I've created several companies and brands, including Electronic Creatives, the Transmute Academy. I am also a facilitator in something called Joy Money Matrix for Creators, although I did not create that, but I am a facilitator of that. So I combine all my love for music and technology and all the nerdy things into these companies and to bring it to you guys and all my friends out there. I'm also an educator. I was the world's first Ableton certified trainer back in 2008 and have been doing lots of workshops and things throughout the years. And I'm also a playback engineer and show designer. These are different shows that I've worked on. Worked with Kanye West for 7 years, did American Idol for the last 4 seasons, worked with a bunch of amazing artists helping to design and program their shows, and I'm really thankful to have gotten all the opportunities. I just wrapped up my 3rd season of American Idol, and it was amazing. Had a lot of COVID tests, as you can imagine. My nose was a little sore, but made it through, and we had a great season. And in the Transmute Accelerator, I actually go over my American Idol set and a bunch of other stuff. So we're going to talk about that later. But those are some of the bonuses that you can get for signing up. And My mission is to empower artists to cultivate their own original voice in the live performance space, encourage positive and healthy relationships, and build community by sharing resources. So this is a lovely new photo that Hannah from my team took. Shout out Hannah, who's also here. Thank you so much. And this past year, I've been really living more and more in my joy. And it's my mission to help other artists live in their joy by mastering and learning all this technology stuff so that you could just get on stage and perform and be a badass and not have to think about what that thing is doing over there or why something's not working. And Mercury is out of retrograde today. Woo woo. So I checked this morning and I was like, yesterday I had just had a day with the tech stuff. I did a presentation for Pensado's place and you know, woo, the tech was not kind to me, but today it's going to be awesome. I know it's going to be so smooth. And I know you all get it because there's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes here. I'm going to show you all about it. And again, we're celebrating the Transmute Accelerator launch. So it starts in July and it's an 8-week program to design and build your live show. And we just got the registered trademark. Woo woo! So Transmute is now mine. Very excited about that. We're very official and done so much work to build the program over the past year, and I couldn't do it all without my amazing team who are here in the chat. So thank you. I love you all. And I'm just going to skip a little bit ahead in this presentation, come back to this stuff later. But I wanted to talk about our curriculum. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to go through all 8 of the different modules that are in Transmute and give you a little bit of a taste of what the program's like through each module. So the first one is called Envision Your Show. And so in this week, we talk about the different types of artists that I've worked with, and you discover, of course, you've discovered through the quiz your archetype. So it's really determining through your archetype what kind of performer is most like you, how you can gain inspiration from that performer, but then you can also just create your own show. That's what I've done. I've just seen other people doing things. I've made some stuff up on my own, but we're all inspired by others and other artists. We're like, wow, I want to do that. Like, for example, the first artist that I saw that really amazed me with live looping was an artist called Zoe Keating, and she does this arranged live looping stuff with the cello. And I was like, wow, how do I do that? So I made it my mission to figure it out. And so there's always these artists that we can gain inspiration from. And so I'm going to show you in a second some of the people that I've worked with. Learn about all the technology with the live shows that I've worked on. So I'm showing all of these different sessions, seeing how the pros use Ableton Live in a professional setting, exploring innovative ways artists connect with their audience, and getting a look at the latest cutting edge live performance technology. So I want to show a little video of the first artist who is an example. And this is Aluna from Aluna George, and I helped her set up her solo live set. And we're going to just watch this little video right now. All right. So that was super fun. And now I want to show you the session that we built. So it was really awesome to work with Aluna. As you can see in that video, like the look on her face was everything for me when I saw her performing up there and just really feeling it. Really, she went from not performing and having someone else to do all this stuff for her to learning how to do it herself and trigger everything herself on stage and be more improvisational. And that was why I created the Transmute Accelerator in the first place, because I was working with all of these different artists, and I realized that independent artists couldn't afford someone like me to go out on tour with them every day and set everything up and trigger everything. And I wanted to just really empower artists to do it all themselves. And so working with her was amazing. She came to my Transmute retreat, which was my very first Transmute thing in 2018. And we helped build her show. So I'm just going to show you a little bit of how her session looks, and we go over this more in depth in the accelerator. But we've got something called Setlist here, which is an app that we can use to put the set list in order if you're using arrangement view in Ableton Live. And you can control this with any controller. And so this was made by Strange Electronics, so you can get it from their website. And really a great tool for controlling live shows in the arrangement view of Ableton Live. And so as you can see, we've got a lot of songs going on in this session. If I scroll down, there's just a ton of clips and a ton of stems here. We've got the leads in here. We've got those muted. We can turn those on if we need to, but generally have them off. Bass and background vocals and instruments and all this kind of stuff. And so because we were in the arrangement view, there's certain things that we ended up looping so that she could sing over them and jam over them without having to think about it. So I think this is like, you know, the first level of looping. We're going to also show the session view in other sessions, but in this particular one, we're doing everything in the arrangement view. So like the end of this song sounds like this. Got to turn this on. So basically, throughout this session, we've got different looping things happening. We've got different segues between songs. And let me do this here and go to, let me see, where's a good segue? Yeah, maybe over here. Oh, let's see. Yes. So you can hear that it's speeding up over time. You can see the tempo speeding up here.
Go.
So little cues for in-ears and things like that.
1, 2, sing.
So this is an example of a transition that we created, and then the looping. So she could rock out and loop there. So, and then we also had things like these pads down here. And then the Arturia sounds here. We could play different keyboards. I'm just going to turn my overhead cam on. And with the pads right here, she was playing and manipulating all of this stuff, and each song has its own set of pads. So depending on the song, it would automatically switch the pads. I'm a little standing in front of it a little bit, but over there. And here we go. And so for every song, we had different samples that she could play and different key sounds that she could play. And that was that. So I want to go to our next person. Let's go to the Yeah Yeah Yeahs. So the Yeah Yeah Yeahs was one of my earlier clients, and they are a band, as you may know. Let's watch them.
Muted for copyright reasons. We will return to our normally scheduled audio momentarily.
So let me just load up this session real quick. I saw some people talking about the cues. Yes, so I have the cues routed to you guys so that you can hear them. But normally the audience would not hear them. So I just had that routed for you guys today. But if you are performing and learning how to do this stuff, I'm going to show you in my personal Ableton Live set how I have everything routed. You can set up your own in-ear mixes. You can set up your own clicks and cues and all that good stuff. So that's what the fun of all of this is designing it the way that you want to be doing it. So with the yeahs, there's a lot of things that I don't have on this particular computer, but on some of the electronic creatives computers, we have them all set up with all the instruments and things like that. But essentially what they wanted was just a keys rig. So they just wanted something that would toggle between different sounds. So for instance, with this particular song, Sacrilege, it's got an operator. In this particular one, there was the string machine, which is disabled. Another string machine, different presets. This PM Mark 1. My computer's working hard right now because I'm on Zoom and doing all the things. But you get the idea. So essentially what would happen is we would trigger the different songs over here. And as we triggered them, it would change the presets to, you can see it's changed to preset number 1. And these are all in instrument racks within Ableton Live and using instruments like Contact. So you can use all of your VSTs or you can resample the VSTs. We did a lot of that actually with something called Auto Sampler, which is now a part of Apple's suite. But essentially, if things are running a little bit heavy on your machine, the VSTs, you can resample them and bring them into an instrument rack and then play them live. So this is a really fun show to work on just because it was different. It was only keyboard sounds. It was really, really complex. And sometimes I remember like programming it in the studio with them and just like we were trying to figure out how to do certain things because it got really complicated with the different key switching that they wanted to do. And so it was a fun little like brain puzzle twister. I'm going to open the next one behind me while we play the video. The next one is Sudan Archives, who is a friend of mine. Shout out Sudan.
I can't be you, no. I can't be you, but I can be true, though.
Once again, muted for copyright reasons. We will return to our normally scheduled audio momentarily. We really wish we could listen to this. And recommend that you go listen to Sudan Archives.
Yes. So, look at that. It's all set up. Yeah, unfortunately I see some stuff in the comments. Yeah, the video is laggy. Definitely one disadvantage of doing this on Zoom. Because yeah, this doesn't happen on YouTube, but all the machines and all the people on here. So I look not very fluid right now, but I'm like looking at my hand and it's like going very slowly, like we're on mushrooms or something. Anyway, so here is Sudan's session that we set up for her like right before the pandemic, and she was going to do a tour, and then we all know what happened then. But it was really really fun to work with her on this and like do transitions. Push this all the way down to 40 BPM. See the tempo map here. So anyway, this is a really cool session to work on because she's, like me, playing violin and singing and a bunch of instruments, and it was fun to put together some of these segues and transitions. So yeah, this is a really really fun one to work on. And then I just want to show another session. I don't have a video for this one, but I'll just load it up in the background. Let's see. Let's look at Porter next. So Porter, I don't have the session for today either. So we're just going to watch the video, but it's inside the Transmute Accelerator.
Muted for copyright reasons once again. We will return to our normally scheduled audio momentarily.
Yes. So that particular session, I tried to download it last night. It's huge from our box, and it failed overnight. So I don't have it today. And thank you for turning off your videos. I know you're like, wait a minute. She said everyone turn on your videos. But yeah, sadly, maybe it'll work better if everyone turns off their videos. So at the end, though, I'd love to see your beautiful faces. So this is another session. I wanted to show you just an example of something in session view because most everything that I've shown you thus far has been in arrangement view. This is Kanye's show that I worked on for 7 years. There's like many different versions of this. Some of them were in the arrangement view, but what we found was that everything in the session view worked really well. And you're just able to very quickly like trigger things. So if I show you with my overhead camera here, I'm just going down the list of songs and can just very quickly trigger something. And then if you want to trigger another song real quick, you can do that. And let's show the overhead again. I'm just going down. And here's so this particular session was really good, more like DJ style setup because we've got everything in the session view and everything is automatically routed. Very, very simple, but simple because we never knew what was going to be thrown at us in the middle of the show. So we needed to be very on the fly, and this is the most on the fly way. You'll notice, for those of you that are using Ableton Live, you notice that the quantization is set to none. So that means when you want to trigger another track, there's no dead space because the track needs to be triggered right away. So that's why that is happening. But for most sessions that I use, I just use the 1-bar quantization. In my my session, I use that personally. So Yeah, so this is these are the Envision Your Show. This is what we go over in Transmute. We look at all the different ways that the artists that I've worked with are using Ableton Live, how I set up their shows. And the next session is called Build Your Set. So this is the second week. So we do a more deeper dive into Ableton Live. So the first week is all about like just envisioning. We've got lots of homework and journals and all kinds of fun things. I love my journal prompts. Those of you that know me know that I spent a lot of last year journaling. Curious how many other folks have done that as well. I try to do it every morning. So this whole process of going through Transmute is really just like a big self-discovery, self-exploration. And yeah, I love to facilitate all that stuff. So yeah, build your set, setting up your project, creating stems from your tracks, color coding and organizing your set, working with session view or arrangement view, really discovering, okay, which view do I want to use? And for those of you that are more ninjas, have been doing it for a while, don't worry, there is tons of stuff in the program that is super high level. I mean, I joke around all the time that I'm trying to create the next Netflix of live performance, and I think we've done it because we've got like 40 plus hours of video content on the nerdiest things. And that's like my main goal, is to bring in guest presenters and have master classes on stuff that is not existing out there in the world. So that's what I get off on, amongst other things, but one of the main things that I got off on. And mixing audio for live and taking a look at Ableton sessions from major artists. So I want to show you my session, one of my sessions. So this particular session I created, so I just released an EP. It's called Enoughness. If you guys have heard it, I would love to see in the chat and what your thoughts are. If you haven't heard it, it's on Spotify. And I actually just merged all of my old music from Alux under my name now. And it's all there, very beautiful and organized. Shout out Hannah for helping me do that. And shout out Alpha Pup for being an amazing distributor and getting all my stuff out there. And so, yeah, it's been quite a process and a journey. I've had many different artist names over the years. Those of you that know me from way back may know me as VF. Yes, I went by Violent Fingers. That was my very first artist name back in 2000. And then I was like, okay, I'm not in any way violent. My fingers were violent, but then I became serious and I've been by my name. And then I was like, I need an alter ego. I'm going to go by Alux. And then I was like, I just want to be myself and not have this alter ego. So here I am, full circle, back to myself. And I created this body of work called Enoughness. And so this is a session that I created from the song I Love Me. So from Enoughness. And it's about my journey over the past year plus, but mostly over the last year, of self-love and acceptance and just trying to be the most badass, loving person to myself that I can. And so I created the music, and my friend Chase, shout out Chase Dobson, mixed it. And so I created this session to show you how you might start with building a live session. So these are all the stems. Let me just play it for a second. Just skip ahead here. in this session, I have just the 2-track mix of it. I put the note to myself that it's in G sharp minor, because if I end up using auto tune on some of these sections, which I feel like I might on the more vibey things that I want to be more affected, then I'll engage that. I've got, these are all the subgrouped tracks. So here are all the individual stems. These are like all, like every single little stem. So you can go that route and you can put every single little stem in your session. But I tend to just do groups personally. It's to each their own, depending on the song. But for example, in the theme here, I've got different vocals and stuff that come in. So here are all the vocals, and let's solo like this one. So that's the lead vocal, and then let's listen to this. And then here's the harmony. So basically I have the decision what I want to put into my live session. And so I can go through, and then maybe I want to mute this particular track. So I can mute this one, and then maybe I want to leave these in, but I want to bring them down. So I would just, select them and bring the gain down. So I'm gonna bring this down like 10. So that when I sing over it, it doesn't sound too much like I have tons of backing tracks going on, but I can have a little bit of support or nothing. If you just want to sing and you want to loop yourself, or you don't want to have any backing tracks at all, then you can do that as well. Or backing tracks for vocals. And if you want to start with no backing tracks at all, like a lot of people do that too, and it's super fun. And I do several songs that are just completely improvisational with voice and violin and synths and things like that. I'm going to play for you in a bit. But this is just the way that you can, go through and determine what you want in your session and what you're going to play. And so for me, like in the beginning, I might perform the intro vox. So I'm just going to mute that track. And then, if I wanted to have a looping section, I could, like for instance, the bridge. Let's listen to that. So say I wanted to loop this section, I could just, very easily just grab down here, and then I could Command E and break that off. And then these can be made loops. So we can turn on the warp, and then we can loop them and then bring them into your session, which is the master session, and then start to build from there. So that's what I'd like to do a lot of times, is to do a combination of tracks with prearranged stuff with improvisational stuff, and give myself moments within my songs where I can be more improvisational. And so what I would do is just have the song go up until that point, and then have that be looping. So for instance, if I just wanted to take these tracks over to the session view right now, and let's go to, yes, I Love Me String. So could just build it like this, and then you notice, okay, here's where this is looping. So now I got this on loop. If we play this, oh, well, that vocal we had muted. So let's do a different idea. So it's this one right here, and boom. So there's different ways that you can go about doing the looping stuff, and to create your tracks and mute certain things and add certain things. So I also went through and I resampled the Moog right here. So I went through, it says mood, which it is a mood also, but it's actually Moog. And let's listen to this. So if I wanted to play the Moog, on an instrument, get weird with it, like with my push control. Get very strange with it. I haven't actually finished mapping everything out here, so we're hearing a couple notes at once, but you can literally just go through and have each one of these on the different key as we set them up here. And let me see if I can try to find, let me go below that. And so basically, oh, I forgot you weren't looking at that. So yeah, so basically I need to go through and put each one of these samples on the right key, and then I'll be able to play them. But I just wanted to show you real quickly how you can resample an instrument that you have in your studio or someone else's instrument. If you go to their studio and you're like, oh, I really love that patch, or like say you're recording with someone else and they have a synthesizer that you like. Maybe they have the Moog one, the Mood one. They may have the Moog one, and you want to sample it because it sounds badass, and it's like, I don't know how much the thing costs, but it's like $10,000 or $15,000, and you know it's a little pricey. So you can just sample the Moog and put it into live. Also, here's a piano sound. And so I'm using something called the Oliver Patrice Wieters piano from Spitfire Audio. So you can add instruments like this. And I think, you know, I could decide where in the song I want to play that. Maybe it's in the looping section, or maybe it's at the very end. Could also just decide to put the drums in myself. Maybe I want to put my own drums in, so I could mute this track or sample the drums and put them on a drum rack, and play them with something like the push or any of my other controllers, many controllers, which we're going to talk about. So anyway, so this is this is just a jumping off point for you to see how you might approach starting to build your own session using your stems. And again, this is just an idea using stems. Some of you might not have stems. Some of you might be really avant-garde like myself and not have stems for certain songs. Or you might just be like triggering certain samples or playing a Moog or playing an instrument but not having backing tracks, and that's totally okay. So in Transmute we talk about all the different ways, all the different permutations. Trust me, I've nerded out on this stuff for so long. I've like gone through every possible permutation of what an artist can do, and that's how we created the quiz. I mean, yes, it's fitting into 5 buckets, which there's many more, but I think it's fun to just imagine what you can create within those buckets as well. So this is the I Love Me Stems project. And let me go back to, oh, you know, now I'm going to open up my Ableton session. So I'm going to do a little switcheroo here with the audio, because now I'm going to be hearing stuff in my in-ears. I actually want the zoom. So let me go to turn on my loop back. You guys are getting the behind the scenes. I want to make sure I can still hear y'all when you talk at the end. And oh, probably, well, Zoom is not going to let me just turn that on and see it. Okay, well then I'm just going to have to switch it back and forth. So I'm going to go to my Apollo Q outputs. I'm going to turn this to my in-ear monitor so you can just hear that. And then I will just need to switch that back when we're done so I can hear everybody. And I'm going to open up my master monster session, which, by the way, well, I'm going to talk about this later, but you have the option of getting this entire session for free if you apply to Transmute today. So you just need to apply. and you get my session for free. Isn't that great? I definitely put the 10,000 hours in to this session. So yeah. So I think there's probably some questions coming up, but I'm gonna probably gonna answer the. Well, I'm definitely gonna answer them at the end, but going to turn off my mic so that you don't hear the doubling here. So we were having the biggest loopback snafu earlier. Oh my gosh. Just curious if anyone else has had this stuff. So basically what was happening was we had loopback on and it was actually looping back even with like the most simple of setups. And I was like, Mercury is direct today, y'all. Like, what is going on? So I have to do this the simpler way, which means I'm just gonna show you real quick the vocal effects. It's gonna sound doubled, but I'm gonna just show you real quick so that we hear them, and then we will go back to muting it. Okay, so here's my Wii controller, and here are some of the effects that I have. So if you saw my reel yesterday, and I've got pitch shifting, and I can turn on auto tune and delay. Basically, the reel that I posted yesterday, if y'all saw it. And yeah, it's so fun to be able to use this live. But for this purpose right now, I'm going to turn it off so you don't hear the doubling. Hopefully it doesn't sound too crazy. Oh, yes, I see Katrina says still dealing with the shadow of Mercury. Yes, right? Okay, so I'm going to turn that off. So normally I would have my vocals going through live, but for this purpose today, since it would sound too crazy and loopback is not being my friend, I'm not going to do that. But so I'm just going to show you that here is my session, and going back to building your set. So a lot of the stuff that we do in this week is building your session and setting up your in-ears. So I want to talk about that first, is my in-ears. So and right now when I play this, I'm hearing a click in my in-ears that y'all are not hearing. And what I've done basically is, because I just changed this back to Q1 instead of mix in my headphones, in my in-ears. And over here in my return routings, I have this track called in-ears, and it's going to 29 and 30, which if we go back to the Apollo and go to the settings and go to outputs, you can see that 29 and 30 are my headphones. And so I get to hear things like that click, as well as other cues and other fun stuff. So for instance, when I trigger this isn't even a song. This is just like a vibe that I had and I recorded. And so when I trigger this song, I'm actually hearing something in my in-ears. I'm just going to play it for y'all real quick so you hear it. And so that is just a reminder to myself before I play the song, or the vibe, which is, this is a vibe. Hopefully it's a vibe. So before I play it, I can hear it in my in-ears and remind myself, oh yeah, this is the patch that I had. And so in this particular song, I have got this patch on my electric violin. I always think it sounds so badass. I'm going to talk to you about what it is, but essentially I'm playing this Continue Mini synthesizer through, well, I'm going to talk about my gear in a minute and take you through a whole gear journey, but I have another couple of computers over here, and those computers, one of them is sending converting audio to MIDI in real time with that violin, and then it's playing this Continuum Mini instrument, which is MPE, so it sounds really, really incredible. And you can also use your voice for this stuff. You can use any instrument, doesn't have to be violin. So again, all stuff that we talk about in the accelerator. And so back to my in-ears. So I reminded myself in my in-ears, hey, this is the sound that you have on that violin. This is the vibe that you played that you liked, and go ahead and do some crazy stuff. So maybe I'll just play some stuff real quick. And then I'll just talk about what else I was doing. So I'm gonna go to here. Hi, this is my happy place in my world. I am going to also show you how I set up these different setups here that I've got. And also here's my studio cam, so you can see this is what the studio looks like from this angle. And of course you saw the overhead cam again. So I'm just gonna play a little bit and show y'all what I did afterwards.
All right, y'all. I wanted to cut that real quick, not because it wasn't awesome, but because Laura's performing later, and I want to leave that for her. So what I'm going to do is go to the Q&A section of DYD, so that the questions people asked during the broadcast that some people rewatching now may have will get answered, and we'll save Laura's performance for later when she performs live with us, which will be at 6 o'clock Pacific time. So real quick, bear with me. We're live, and I hope everyone's doing well. Thanks for watching. Here from the broadcast truck, which also has a porch on it. Spoiler alert. So I'm going to quickly queue up a couple things on my screen here and go to the Q&A section of DYD. So bear with me, but 1 sec. It's for the best. And thanks for watching.
Okay, so Flora is asking, what program am I using to convert MIDI to OBS? So I'm using BOEM MIDI Translator, and that's what I'm using to convert the MIDI to keystrokes, which then in OBS, I have mapped the keystrokes to change the scenes. Flora, any tips for someone new to Ableton who wants to make their live show with it? Yes. So, and I think this is one of the other questions about levels in this. So we have a course called Perform Your Music with Ableton Live, which is a 4.5-hour course, which is the jumping off point for folks that are new to Ableton. So you can, if you join the Transmute Accelerator, you get that course bundled in for free, and that gets you started with the program. And then that will flow into the rest of the curriculum. Or if you want to just get that course separately, you can join the Transmute Academy, and I believe it's $199 for the course. So if you feel like you're not quite ready for the full Transmute Accelerator just yet, and you want to just get that course, it's $199. Ryan, do you cover how to get a polished sound when using stems during performance? Yes, we completely do. We talk about all the things with stems. I go through different sessions like I did with the I Love Me track, go over how to properly export your stems, bring them into your session, and yeah, create the best sounding performance for you. And for you, that might mean, yes, backing tracks. Some people might not want that, but if you are using backing tracks, then we help you create that. Celeste, if you use Auto-Tune live, can you automate the scale? How is latency? Yes, the answer to that is yes. I have that in my session. I do automate the scale per song. I have automation that whenever I trigger the song, it changes the key. Sometimes I use it, sometimes I don't. So I have the option to turn it on and off. The latency. So my session is at 128 right now. So that's kind of like the highest that I'll go. Some people have theirs at 256, and that's okay. But I think with looping, for me, that's a little bit too much latency. If you do find that you're getting a lot of latency, you can use another computer, or if you have a Universal Audio Apollo interface, you can put the auto-tune within console, and then we show you how to trigger changes in the console using Ableton Live. So it offsets some of the heaviness on the actual program by distributing the weight between the programs for the CPU. So those are all the questions on my sheet. And I think there was some other questions, like more nitty gritty questions about the course. And so if you, I see my team is in here giving all the info. So yeah, FAQs on our website is a great place to look. And also if you want to schedule a call with us to talk about any questions that you might have, we could do that. So once you fill out your application, and if you do it today, you get my free Ableton Live set download. And if we decide to accept you, we'll send an email to you with that information, and then you have the option of scheduling a call with us if you have a lot more questions. But if you're like a hell yes, like you're like, I'm totally in, you don't necessarily need to set up a call. You could just join us. And yeah, we've already got a bunch of amazing folks signed up, and we will sell out. I know that we're going to do it. So if you want to jump in, definitely apply today. Yes, and sorry about the replay. Or like Jules said, the replay will be available in full and in HD. Yeah, it's really a bummer that I look like really slow, but it's all right. It's all good. It's technology, and to be able to do all this stuff live. I would love to see your beautiful faces. I mean, we already know that I'm going to be choppy. So like, if you want to turn your video back on, if anyone wants to like pop on and say hi real quick or anything, that'd be great. I might just stop screen sharing from this computer and then just start my video on the other computer real quick. Jewel.
Hi, Laura. It's Alessandra. How are you? And hi, everyone. I'm trying to start the video, but it's not allowing me to start the video.
Oh, weird. Okay. Strange, but I'm going to go to this video over here so I can,
I think it should work now. Sorry, the toggle for the video should be on now.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So now I'm going to look over in this camera and talk to y'all. This isn't lagging though, right? Yay. I know it's smooth. I know. I wish, see, that's the thing, is like, we tried so many different things, and Zoom, man. That's the thing. When we're not streaming to YouTube, I wouldn't be able to see your beautiful faces. So it's like, what would I rather? What would you rather? Would you rather have like be able to see each other and vibe in a room, or would you rather see me smooth? I mean, I'm curious because it's one or the other.
Yeah, there's just so much going on that laptop right now. Plus, it's hot in there, and the Zoom with 100 people on it, or at least where it was when it was 100.
Yes.
You know, so many things. So
Yeah, Jules, do you want to pop on? I'm putting you on the spot right now, but
hey there.
see your face.
Hello.
How's that? This is
everybody.
Jules. He's our program manager.
Hello.
Ninja
Hey,
status,
Jules.
Mad MIDI.
Greetings from Shabby Road.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes. We've got a bunch of folks from our team here, so thank you all for showing up. I see some, now that I can properly see you, I'm just going to call out some names of folks that I see that I know. What's up, Tim?
What's up? How are you doing, Laura?
You. What's up?
Not much.
Sonia's already in the program. She's already joined. I'm so excited to see you here. Oh my gosh, Lucy's already a transmutant in our program. Ricardo, nice to see you. Susan,
Hello.
you. Oh, Planet Earl was Earl. Okay, Earl's already a transmutant. He's already in. Nice to see you. What's up, Kevin? Nice to see you. And Dwayne. Oh my gosh, so many folks. And Kate. And trying to see all the names. Kataka is already in transmute. The screen is changing, so like the order is changing as people come in and out. So Lauren is here. She's already in transmute. Chris, my cellist friend, we sort of jammed the other night. Ollie, what's up?
Hi, Laura.
Hi, Chris. Nice to see you. Renee is a transmutant. Just joined us recently. Yeah, sorry to anyone else that I've missed that I know. I'm just like scanning real quick, but Bowie Jane recorded a podcast with Bowie last week, which was so great. Super fun. But yeah, if anyone wants to pop on and ask me any last questions or say hi, just don't be shy. That's why we're here on Zoom with the slow glitchiness so that we can all communicate and talk to one another. But if there aren't any other questions, I'm going to pop out and go get some lunch and stuff.
Laura, I have a question. It seems like it's better to pay, instead of doing 2 payments, it's better to pay it all in one shot because it's actually comes out to a little bit less. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah. It is. I mean, we do have the option if you want to pay in 2, but yeah, it is less
Okay.
for sure. Yeah. Love to have you join us.
Yeah, I think this time I might, for sure. I've been trying to do it for a long time. I'm just dying to get this live set together, and your program is the best from what I can see. I had one last question. If we don't, because I do produce in Ableton, but not, some of the newer songs I haven't really produced them on Ableton. I kind of like mapped them out on my looping pedal. So we would actually be producing the tracks in Ableton to design and build the set. Is that right?
Well, so you can produce the tracks in whatever program you want. I mean, some of our students are producing in Logic or Pro Tools, so you can produce elsewhere, but we build the set in Ableton.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can produce them anywhere. We don't mind, just as long as you can get your stems and you can grab the stems.
Yeah, we got a
Gotcha.
bunch of people who've used all sorts of different programs to produce stems and bring assets over, but once we get them into Ableton, we're cooking.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Laura, I've got a question about time zones. So I'm in Scotland right now, and it's 8:45 in the evening.
Yes.
So I'm just wondering, how do the workshops work for like times?
Yeah, so all of our stuff we planned earlier in the day for our European friends. Our Australian friends sometimes have some trouble, but so I think the Q&As start at 10 a.m. Pacific, and then our last sessions are at 1 p.m. Pacific. So our last session would be around starting right about now. But most of the sessions, Jules, I believe it's 10 a.m. and 11 a.m., right?
Yeah, so Tuesdays we have a Q&A every week starting at 10 a.m. up until 11, And then every Tuesday at 11, we have a workshop, which alternate between advanced and beginner workshops. Advanced taught by me, beginner ones taught by our teacher's assistant, Steven, who's amazing and has an incredible live set. And then every other Wednesday, we have the master classes with guest presenters, and those start at 1 p.m. usually because we have people from all over the world doing those, and it's just usually a little easier for them in the day to start then. So, but everything's recorded. I put the replays up as soon after as possible, and plenty of people generally, watch the replays if they're in other time zones and stuff too. So, and you can submit questions and have them answered on the call, even if you're not there live. So,
Yeah, but the latest
Perfect.
would be
Thanks.
1 o'clock. Awesome. Love to have you with us. Hey, anyone else? Any other questions? Tim, what's up? Tim, what?
Hey, I had a
Steve
question.
got married. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. Yes. Yeah, I've recently been getting into control surface scripts with Ableton, and I was wondering if that was covered some portion within the accelerator.
So we have that in a guest masterclass. Who was that, Jules?
we have it's covered in a bunch of different spots. I've covered in advanced workshops. I'm not sure which masterclass you're referring to, but obviously in the CliffX stuff, we touch on that a lot. In the controllerism week, we touch on that a lot. Yeah, I have like a whole MIDI preferences menu kind of breakdown showing the difference between using a control script or using something just in the bottom half of that menu, and really demystify that whole menu for people and the difference there. In numerous ways, numerous examples, but that's always a thing that kind of is somewhat of a slow learning curve for Ableton, that once we see it click for people and they get that MIDI in and out routing and track versus remote and stuff like that, or scripts, it's off to the races. So we make sure everyone gets it for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you develop software, so you're on a whole other.
Yeah, that's part of my interest. Is I'm trying to get my controller to work well with Ableton. So I was wondering how other controllers work and how performers might want to use those kind of controllers with scripts. So yeah, just interested in learning more about that.
Yeah, spread out across the curriculum about that, and then I can't remember what workshop that was, but we can dig it up. So.
Very cool.
Sure.
Thanks.
It's definitely been addressed in numerous spots, and of course, either the CliffX route or using an app like Remotify, and just getting once you've created a script, where to put it, in the back end, and how that changes its functionality. We cover all that stuff.
Yeah, sure. I use Remotify.
And I use CliffX.
Don't get us started. Julie's
Don't say CliffX.
Oh my gosh, there's 2 pages. Oh, I didn't go to the second page. Those of you on the second page that I know are probably like, why didn't you shout out my name? Oh, hello, second page of people that I didn't say hi to. Hello. Any other? You can just like pop on and ask me something.
There's a question about OBS, and the answer is yes, we do work with OBS.
Oh yeah, big streaming camp. Get everybody ready for the festival performances and make sure people understand the settings menu.
Thursday. We had our festival.
Thursday.
Yes.
John Cardona wanted some clarification, Laura, if there aren't any other pressing questions immediately. It was about the return routings, and
I answered that.
But he said you might there was one part of it that he didn't touch, so he said it was his wording wasn't correct for his question. So just curious why you prefer to use the returns as opposed to just directly from groups and group tracks. And I said just in the chat, because then you can proprietarily mix those tracks into the returns using the sends as opposed to just at the meter level, right? If you're just sending that track directly out of an output and using the meter, you have less flexibility of your overall mix as opposed to how you want it to come out through the returns too. So hopefully that clarifies it. But
yeah, we go really into a lot of depth on the in-ear mixing and why I use returns. Not everyone does, but I like to do it that way, and I know a lot of folks do. So it's up to you, and you get in there and you decide, okay, this is vibing with me or this isn't vibing with me. But it's a small thing to get used to, but once you get used to it, it's really powerful because the routing ability and the in-ear mixing ability and being able to group things together and put a fader on those things or be able to mute just a certain group of things without going through and like individually muting stuff Great.
And changing the routing at the return level, which is only a few spots to have to adjust. If you're using a different interface or you want to consolidate outputs into one thing, it's just a much cleaner, easier, findable place to do that and not have a rogue track somewhere buried that's not routed to the right spot.
Yes. Any other questions before we go? Appreciate all you beautiful people being here today. Just a reminder, if you apply today, you get my free live set. So you don't even have to sign up. We hope you do, though. But if you apply, then you get my live set. And applications close on June 30th. And you can find us on Instagram, find me, Laura Escudé, or the Transmute Academy if you want to follow us and see all the stuff that we're up to. Remo. Oh, Remo, what do I look for in a good candidate? Might be lacking material talent, so maybe something to work on. We look for people with good vibes. We look for people that like to help and like to be supportive of our community. We have an amazing community. We look for people that are willing to learn and are excited about learning and putting in the work. But those are the main things. You don't have to be like the best musician or really good at technology or anything like that. We're looking for people that are interested in building our community, being a part of an amazing group, and yeah, just bringing good energy to our already thriving operation of amazing artists. So that's what we look for.
A question in here real quick. B said, if we already signed up, how do we get the live set? All the assets and bonuses will be distributed upon the beginning of the course. So on July 5th, the Monday, everyone will get all the sign up bonuses and stuff like that.
Yes. Right on. Well, much love to you all. Thank you so much for coming. Thanks to my team for making this so smooth and enjoyable. And if you could get the replay, then it won't be all jerky and glitching out. So look for that and definitely apply if you're interested in joining us.
Yes, y'all. So that was the Design Your Dream workshop from Tuesday. Design Your Dream live show hosted by our fearless leader, Laura Escudé. It was great. So cool to see inside her set and, of course, all these awesome and amazing artists that we all know and love and how those sets work. So just a taste of what we do here and the magic and so much more to come. We have a live performance in just a moment coming to us from Amsterdam. We have Serene, our buddy Sil. He's been in the program since the beginning of the year and has some amazing technology and is a software programmer, so already coming to it with an amazing level of knowledge on the more computer and tech side. So we get such a great mix of people and it's inspiring, and of course the community that comes out of this is a massive, massive part of it. So can't wait to see what Sil's got cooking up over there, and we're going to be live with him in just a couple minutes. So hang tight. Thanks to everybody who's tuning in. And much to come later. We'll see Shabby Road come alive a little later, about 5:30 Pacific time. Laura will perform. We got some special guests and much magic from our current class. So hang tight, and we'll be live with Serene in just a moment.
Yeah? We going? Okay, let's go. Okay, let's do this. Ready?
Now and then, overwhelmed, I remember that one day you'll have to leave me. In a way, it's a shame that the darkest days already seem to haunt me. Mama, will you hear me? Mama, will you hear me calling? Mama, will you hear me calling at your name? Papa, will you hear me? Papa, will you hear me calling? Day to day, I'm okay when I least expect it. Trepidation seizes me. Am I cursed or am I lucky to be riddled with this love and this anxiety? Mama, will you hear me? Mama, will you hear me calling? Mama, will you hear me calling at your name? Mama, will you hear me? Mama, will you hear me calling? Mama, will you hear me calling at your name? I break down. I break down. I break down. I break Mama, will you hear me calling? Mama, will you hear me calling at your name? Papa, will you hear me calling? Papa, will you hear me calling at your
I explain which camera are we on? This one? So I've been having the most amazing trouble with my things the last couple of days. So I was fully expecting something weird to happen then, and it did. I don't know what it was, but we're gonna carry on. Don't know if you can see my cat Ziggy having a little look out the window there. And can I turn this one round and show you? Da, da, da. Oh, this is hard. There he is. That's Fitzy on the old camera switching over there. I'm gonna try and put it back vaguely where it was over here. So yeah, I was just gonna talk a little bit in the middle because I do songs, so it's kind of confusing to do 10 minutes because my songs are all like 3.5, 4 minutes long. So I'm using my Novation SL Mark III. Got a super old sample pad over here, Alesis. Got some lights on the go. I've got a TC Helicon Voice Live over there. I don't know whether you can see it in any of the shots actually. But yeah, it's all been fun. Got lots of gremlins on the go, but I'm having fun anyway. It's good. And also, I've got a sexy carpet. Look how sexy my carpet is. So I'm going to do another song, and we shall see whether this one decides to behave. See what happens. Are you ready, Daniel? Yes. Thank you very much, Transmute, Jules, Laura, everyone. It's fun. Fingers crossed. Pray for me. Seems like I never knew you quite the way that I should, and I never thought through from the beginning to the end, from where we started to the seems like you never meant it quite the way that I thought, so we never made it through the middle to the end, from where we started to the
when you go out of your mind. Your hands are bloody from the search. But what is it you're trying to find? I get so bored of everything. I get so tired of making things. I know I've got to break them down. These walls that I'm thrown up against.
I think I found the truth out. Not quite how I thought I would. Time to close the book now. Though it didn't get to the end. From where we started to the even though we didn't get all the way to the from where we started to the oh, I think I am It works. Yay! Ziggy, now's your time to make an appearance if you're going to do it. That's me done. That's me done. My 2 songs. That's what I do in 10 minutes. Thanks, guys. Huh? My handle is currently Maddie, M-A-D-I, Band UK. I've also been in the comments on YouTube. If you want to find my YouTube channel, I'll probably post some of this on there. But yeah. Spotify, yeah. Listen to me on Spotify. I'm rubbish on Spotify.
Transmute is really about the reimagination of your music to have the freedom to perform exactly the way you've dreamed of. In this journey, you are going to be reimagining your songs from the studio and creating a captivating performance with it. We will be conceptualizing your show, designing your rig, and putting it all together to create a show-ready project in just 8 weeks.
The main reason that I was even able to take advantage of this course is that it's fully online.
It'll definitely push you, and it'll push you out of your comfort zone.
Throughout the program, I will be providing you with inspiration as you learn the tools and techniques to level up your live show. This is for you if you want to take control of your career and gain a newfound sense of creative freedom.
I wanted to have a show that I could do myself, and I wanted it to be full and cool and an experience. I wanted to add visuals and bring the productions to life.
I'm so excited for you to join the Transmute Accelerator and start this journey with me.
Encore. Encore. Le potentiel. Le potentiel. Encore. Encore. Le potentiel. Potentiel. Le potentiel. Potentiel. Encore. Encore. Le potentiel. Le potentiel. Qui coule. Qui s'évapore. Encore. Le potentiel gâché.
What's up, everybody? How you feeling out there? Jules in the truck here, checking in, just saying we'll be back with another performance just a few minutes. How great has this been? Everyone's performances so far have just been so inspiring and cool, and between the new folks and peeps who've been in it for a while, it's just great to see the evolution across the board. And yeah, everyone's music is just so cool, and the talent and diversity is always impressive. So much more to come. And we'll be going live with Maureen Broadbeck in just a moment. So stand by, and we'll have Maureen's performance playing in just a sec. But saying hey and thank you. Much love to everybody out there. We'll be doing a Mad MIDI set a little later. Laura will be performing later. And we got a special guest. Maybe I'll announce it. Maybe I'll announce it before the little midday break here in a bit. So stay tuned, and so much to come. All right, we're going to go live with Maureen in just a moment.
Hi. 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 I'm Mrs. M. 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 Please, 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 write it, please, please, write it, please, please, write it, please, please, write it on, please, write it on, please, write it, blind, blind, write it, blind, blind, write it, blind, blind, please write it, blind, paper, write it, blind, write it, blind. Talk to me, don't understand what's going on. Would you please look at me? Talk to me, stop pretending I'm not here, staring straight at you angry. Talk to me, you got them stiff as the room so beautiful like eternity. Oh, please write it down, baby. Oh, please write it on paper. Can't you see? Can't get out of my mind. Sweet caresses on my body. Can't you see? Stop blaming me, blaming on me. Here there's no victory. Can't you see? You are my bliss, my ecstasy. You're all that I can see. Would you be? Would you be? Would you wanna feel? Would you be? I wanna feel. Would you?
the one sleeping by your side. Oh, it's not right. Who's the guy you've got to tell me about? Oh, I feel possessed, I know my body right now. This is our relationship, long distance feels. Oh, when I'm with you, you turn my whole world upside down, Lord. When I'm with you, flying high while so drunk in love. Oh, when I'm with you, I feel more myself than I ever did before. When I'm with you, I wanna show you all of me, no boundaries. When I'm with you, maybe this is how love should feel. Oh, brightest light, but the darkest dark. Oh, they say that distance makes the heart grow fonder. Still it sucks. Long for your touch, your lips, you smell all of you. When I'm with you, you turn my whole world upside down. When I'm with you, flying high while so drunk in love. When I'm with you, I wanna show you all of me, no boundaries. When I'm with you, when I'm with you.
All right, y'all. So that was a short and sweet one from Nina. She does have a kid that she recently had, so new mother, as well as doing Transmute, and that's impressive. So understandable that time is limited, but I think quality over quantity maybe on that one, but that's always good too. And here at Transmute, we like quality and quantity, so the hits aren't going to stop for the day, but we are going to take a little break for now and take our midday break, let our West Coast peeps and our American peeps get ready for their showtime and settle into the later portion of the event here. So we're going to run back a master class that Laura did all about live looping, because that's such a popular topic. People are always asking about that, and that's kind of just the tip of the iceberg of some of the stuff we do here, but might as well just throw some more knowledge down midday. As I said, keep it educational, keep it fun, see what's going on behind the scenes. Well, we got a couple minutes. I could give you just a brief explanation of what I'm doing back here in the broadcast truck. So I have a multi-computer setup right now that's running this broadcast. All the camera switching, all the audio switching and stuff like that, and calls for different cues to come over and change stuff in OBS on the second computer, a PC. That's all coming from my main Macintosh. It's a MacBook Pro that's running Ableton. I have this Touch OSC template here, right, which we can see, boom, on the iPad. And that allows me to select different scenes and call upon different things in that Ableton session that will change audio and do things efficiently, as well as change the scenes that we have going over here, switching between the different feeds. We have live feeds coming in from all over the world using an amazing device called the Mini RTMP server, which allows me to create stream keys for everybody and have 8 channels of streams coming into me to check and throw them into any scene that I want in OBS efficiently and easy. High def, full frame rate from anywhere in the world. Pretty amazing stuff. We dive into all this in the course, of course. Yeah, so I'm doing that. And then, of course, how many times can I say it? We're live. This is just to prove we're live. How many times I can say certain words, but a lot going on over here. But all in the name of progress. So on the second computer, OBS, that's running BOEMs and receiving MIDI CCs over a MIDI network, coming from that Ableton session into the PC, and turning that into keystrokes, which is then triggering scenes in OBS and switching between the different layers and graphics and sources that we have coming in from all of our peeps all over the world, piping into Shabby Road into the PC. So that then goes to YouTube, and that's where people are checking it out. So we thank you for checking it out. We have much more to come. As I said, I'd reveal our special guest for later before we took our midday break, and that's going to be my main man, Honeycomb, amazing beatboxer, live looper, big streamer, just one of my best buddies. He doesn't live far from me, but he'll be coming in from the Honeycomb hideout, and he'll be later in the evening. So stay tuned. I'll be doing some Mad MIDI. Laura's performing, and we got more student performances coming up after this live looping replay. So if you're trying to learn some live looping, don't go anywhere, and we'll see you in just about an hour with some more students. Thank you so much. Much love, y'all. We'll see you in a bit.
For folks to get back on. So yeah, so now that I did the preferences thing, and so yeah, it's that security stuff, and I can just show you guys. You can see this now, Sonia. You can see what the security and privacy.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So yeah, this is what I had to check in Catalina so that you guys can see my screen.
Okay.
Yeah. Sweet. Okay, for those of you guys that are on Catalina. All right. So I'm going to meet you guys again. Feel free to chat. Okay, so here's my session. Those of you that are transmutants recognize this set. And I've done some new things since the last time that I worked with you guys. So I'm going to kind of show those things. So first of all, I just want to show how I've everything routed. So there's a lot of craziness going on in here, but right now we're just really interested in this one violin track. And for some reason, yeah, okay, got it stick on there. All right, so on the violin track, let me just play my violin real quick. Just do a little tap. Okay, you guys can hear my violin? Type yes in the chat if you can. Yeah, sweet. It's all working. Awesome. So on this violin track, I've got 4 different chains of violin. So one is my regular violin, one is my octaver violin. For some reason, it keeps going to, let me see if there's like a weird MIDI mapping or something. Let me just see if that gets rid of it. Boom. Okay, no, that does not get rid of it. Stay. I'm just gonna hold this down then. Okay. Weirdness going on. Octaver violin and then the delay violin. Okay, it's staying now. So on the regular violin track, I've got this improv looper, which I use with my foot controller, which you guys just saw. And I will try one more time to connect that, see if that works. And then I've got an auto looper, which just fires off automatically. And then same thing for the octaver. I've got, oh, wow, my computer is really glitching out. I think this is just like a Catalina. This is so odd. Don't upgrade to Catalina, guys, obviously. It's just, yeah, so octave, and then the delay has the same things. Okay. Let me see if I can click there. Yes, now I can click. I've got the improv and then the auto, and then with the delay, I just have an improv. So I've got the two different loopers so that I can, you know what, maybe just delete this track. See if it will not go to that track if I delete it. Okay. Here we go. Okay. So, yep, got the improv and then the auto octave, and then I've got the delay. Oh, see, that was weird. It did go away now that I deleted the vocal chart. Anyway, so on each one of these tracks, I've got, like for the regular violin, there's no effect on it. On the octave violin, I've got pitch proof, which you transmutants know is the best pitch shifting plugin of all time. So definitely cop this, and it's free. If you're on Catalina, you have to jump through some hoops in order to make it work and get past all the security stuff. So just know that. And then on the delay violin, I've got just the Ableton delay. And then I've got this like wild looper, and I don't have my full setup right now because I've got that packed away for my live set, but I've got all of these Eventide H9 sounds audio effects that I can use with this. So I just called the wild looper because I could just choose like any of the different effects and then loop that through this looper here. And that's also an improv looper. So the way that works is I've got the mappings on the loopers to my foot controller. So if I go into key map mode, because my foot controller is basically like a QWERTY keyboard for your foot, it's called the POC. And again, there's like so many different foot controllers out there that you can use. So it's just really up to you. I also use the soft step, the Keith McMillan soft step, but this is QWERTY mappable. So I have on each looper, I've got the multi-purpose transport button mapped. And so what this does is one click starts recording, and then 2 clicks it stops, and then you can toggle between play and undo if you want to redo, and then you can clear here. So these are like kind of the main controls that you want to use. Now I have this set up to record 4 bars and then go into overdub mode. And so that's just a preference, a personal preference here. And by clicking the multi-purpose button one time, it's just going to go into record mode. And then you'll see it switch to overdub mode. And it'll just be in overdub mode infinitely until you decide to go to play mode. And so this button just toggles back and forth between play and overdub. And if you click twice, it stops it, and then you can just clear it. So the way that I like to set it up is to follow the song tempo and not control the song, because I want just the session to control and dictate what the tempo is going to be. Same thing with all the auto loopers and stuff like that. So the way that I have this routed, and you guys are going to hear, I'm going to just solo my in-ears here. So let me know in the chat if you can hear a click. Yes, awesome. Okay, so right, I'm just letting you guys hear my click right now, just so you can hear what I normally hear during my show, but obviously the audience isn't hearing that. So usually I have this set to a different output, which is just my in-ears, but for today's purposes, so that, you know, you guys can hear it, I'm actually just gonna mute all the rest of these tracks right now, so we're just listening to this track. And the reason why I'm doing that versus soloing it is because when you solo a track like this, if there's any MIDI stuff that's happening, which there's quite a lot of MIDI automation going on in my session, it won't automate that MIDI. So it's, in the past, like, I've soloed things and it's driven me crazy. I'm like, why is my automation not working? Because as soon as I click solo, then a bunch of this MIDI stuff, if that's not soloed, it's not going to happen, to automate. So let me show you some of the automation. So the first way, obviously, that I loop is just the improvisational looper. So that's like me controlling it with my foot controller. I've got the 4 buttons on my foot controller that are all mapped to the multi-purpose button. And then if I click that same button twice, it stops it. And then if I have a function button, which is just another button on the top hand right, and if I click that and then the button again, it clears the looper. So I've got basically 3 different commands per pedal that I'm using on these improv loopers, and that's for each of the 4 loopers. Now, I'm switching between the loopers in an interesting way. So I've got a Max for Live device, and if I go into, I've got this like utility section here. So if I go into the utility section and go into my violin looper MIDI, I've got this, it's called a PK button 2. So basically when I hit any of these, like 1, 2, or 3 here, it's going to change which looper it's on. So you can see that it just moved it to looper 3. Oh, so I actually forgot that all of these are feeding my, so we can see how these are routed. So I have to have these turned on, basically. So we might hear it a little bit louder than usual. So let me know if it's too much. So that's the delay, right? And so with my foot controller, I can change. If I go here, again, my foot controller is not syncing up with my new computer right now, but I can just click 1, 2, or 3, and then it's automatically going to change to like the octaver, right? When I click that. And I'm happy to share this with you guys. You guys know, the transmutants know that I'm very free with sharing this, so I can share these Max for Live devices if you want. So that's how I'm switching back and forth between the different types of sounds with the looper, just to have them all, like, I don't want them all to be playing at the same time, but I wanted them all to be on one track. And so that was the way that I found where I could just move between each of the looper channels and get a different sound very swiftly and quickly. So that took me a little bit of time to try and figure out. And once I figured it out, I was like, all right, this is the wave. So that just is what works for me personally. So I've got the button mapper here, and then I've got this manual mapper mapped to the chain selector. So basically what that does is that's moving the chain selector here. And so you see how it's grayed out. I can't control it here because it's being controlled over by the Max for Live app. So hopefully that makes sense. I think it's the kind of thing that if you guys get the Max for Live devices and kind of try it, you can, use it yourself. I would just love to know, like, if you can type in the chat where you are as a looper, like if you consider yourself a beginner, if you consider yourself advanced. Just curious, like if we need to go kind of a step back. I can also like start from scratch. Okay, so we've got a couple beginners in here. Okay, awesome. So I'm going to show you, get someone in the middle, sort of advanced. Sweet. Oh, use the Boss 505. Okay, awesome. I'm sure you could teach us some stuff then. Okay, so there's a lot of different levels here and different people that are using different things. And yeah, I would love to know like what controller you guys are using too. I see I use a push innovation pad to loop. So I would love to know what pedals or what controllers you're using, and if you're using the Ableton looper or if you're just looping on the track itself. So going back to the routing thing, so I've got all of my tracks being routed to these returns here, and so this is how I mix my in-ears. You can see I've got on G is my in-ear monitors, and you can see that I've got my violin a lot louder than the rest of the channels. So essentially, that's because I like to hear my violin the loudest in my in-ears. And I'm sure those of you that are instrumentalists or vocalists probably like to hear it a lot, like your main instrument louder in your mix than anything else. So you can see that the violin is like turned all the way up to 0. Everything else is -3. And then this track here, G, is my actual inner track itself. So right now I'm not using my actual in-ears, but I do have the JH Audio 16s, and then I also use the Angies. But there's so many different in-ears out there. I mean, we could talk all day about in-ears. Really, it's just up to your personal preference and what you want to spend on the in-ears. So going back to the routing stuff. So everything is routed to these channels here, and then routed to the in-ears. So when I play something from the violin track, I have it sent to this violin group, and it's sending to sends only, which is violin C. And then that's got a bunch of different effects and things on it. So for instance, so that's with the octaver effect. And then I can turn some of these effects up. Get some cool sounds. And these are all on my Ohm controller when I'm playing live. I'm using knobs for these things. So I've got a bunch of different effects on this channel. And I've got some effects that are before the looper rack. So I've got some pre-effects and I've got some post-effects. So the pre-effects are obviously if I want to capture these effects in the loop, then I can like turn this on. I don't think I've authorized this one yet since I got this new computer, but so you can turn these on. And then once I capture them with the looper, it's going to capture with those effects. So again, going back to the different types of loopers, the first one is the improv looper. And then the second one is the auto looper. So I'm going to show you how that works. So there's a couple different ways to auto loop. One is this way where I've got some MIDI notes in here. So I'm using something called the IAC bus. This is definitely an advanced tip. I'm going to go back to kind of more of a beginner mind in just a few minutes. So, but after 3 bars, it's telling the looper to start looping. So if we go here, so let me go ahead and try that real quick. I actually have to be on the clean violin sound. This is the pain about getting a new computer. Like, nothing works right out of the gate. You got to configure everything, but hopefully it'll be more powerful. All right, so now I'm back on the clean one. Okay. So then it stops automatically, right? So the way that I did that was, again, in this track, I have it set to E-2, and then here it does a combination of F-2 and F#-2. So I actually have the looper mapped doubly. So I've got it mapped with my keyboard, and then I've also got it mapped with MIDI. So we look at and we see here E-2, and then this one here is going to be the F#-2, and then we've got the stop, which is F-2 as well. Then you can see the combination of things that is telling the looper to do its thing, so that I don't have to control anything with my foot pedal or think about anything during the song, because it's doing it all for me. So I just go into the looper mode, and then I can go to the drop here, and it's going to stop the loop. And then if I go back down, kind of down here, I think I accidentally cleared the loop somewhere because I went out of sequence. But anyway, so I usually bring it back in there, and I've got all these other violin stops and clears. So these actually clear the loop automatically for me. So if I'm ever looping in the middle of a set or in between songs, then I can just, like, for instance, at the end of this song, the ending, I go to this intro here, it's going to automatically clear the stop and clear the violin loop. So that just, like, protects me, because if I ever do a loop and then I forget that I did it and I change the song and it changes the tempo, it's going to sound hella weird, because the looper does not warp audio. And so you just want to kind of be cognizant of that when you do improv stuff and you do looping and then you start a new song. So that just kind of protects me from just making weird sounds, although sometimes weird sounds are cool. But so this stop and clear, if we go in here, I've got that this basically on every track. So it's like F-2 and F#-2. So if I go to the looper, and then I go to the auto looper, you can see again that I've got these things mapped. And so it's just nice to have that, just to have some sort of automation happening for me that just has my back. How many of you guys are using the IAC bus or using any automation in Ableton Live? Does anyone, who doesn't know what I'm talking about? Sonia, Aaron is. Okay, some of you don't know what I'm talking about. So basically there is an audio MIDI setup on every single computer, Mac computer and PC computer. There's options on PCs too. Ben, what is the PC version? It's like MIDI yoke, I think, something like that. Jane uses automation. Sweet. Okay, so in the IAC, if you turn this IAC driver on, then it shows up as a MIDI option in your preferences. And so I've got these MIDI notes here. It's basically like a third hand. Oh, it's loopback. Okay, yeah, I love you, loopback actually. So it's like a third hand for you, essentially. And what it does is it allows you to send the MIDI out of Ableton Live back into Ableton Live. So essentially you're just sending MIDI messages back into the program of things that you would press, like if you wanted to usually like press a button, or if you usually like twisted a knob at a certain point, you can just have it automatically do that for you. So that's like a whole other like process. Yeah, MIDI yoke, MIDI aux, yeah, for Windows. Thanks, Ben. So this is like a whole like rabbit hole of things that we can get into, but just know that using the IAC driver, you can stop, you can clear, you can just create automation for your looper. So that is another way that you can loop that I have been using. And then yet another way is by automating the looper itself. So for instance, if we go to so if we go to my song Transmute, we go to the looper rack and go to the looper. So you can see that I've programmed into the looper, record, overdub, and then play back. So if let me just play the beginning of this song. Scrub ahead a little So you can see how it's automating, and then it goes to the octaver one, it goes to the delay one. So essentially what I did was I just mapped out, like if I bring this track here into the arrangement view, you can see that I have these mouse is so slow right now. Bluetooth. So it's got these markers actually still written in. And so if I go into automation mode and then go into my looper, you can see, okay, this is where the violin comes in. violin 1, and then this is a violin 2, and then it plays it back, right? And then on the next looper, which is the octave violin, it goes into a record here, and then it plays back. So I've got a bunch of different automations happening. And what I did was I just took this dummy clip and then I put it into my session so that it can automate that way. So yeah, Sonia says you can automate filters and feedback delay and all kinds of stuff. And Daniel is wondering about why I'm using, is there a reason why I'm using both methods? So the first method, so this is like completely just going to be the same way every single time, versus the other way I still have some wiggle room to do some improvisation because I can bring the parts in and out, versus this I can't bring the parts in and out. It's just as soon as I start the song, it's going to start firing off these loops, and it's completely just programmed to however long the song is. So it really just depends on your use of it and what you want to do. So there's other ways to do looping, but those are the 3 main ways that I loop. Now you can loop within the track itself by just, going to monitor in and then doing and creating a clip this way. And that's what some people really like to do, especially because if you create a clip that way and then you change the tempo, it's going to also, it's not going to change the pitch, which it does with the looper device itself. So that's kind of the overview of the 3 different ways that I do looping. So Greg, what's up, Greg? We got another transmutant in the house from Transmute 2. You guys, transmutants, we're gonna be doing like a mastermind. I think Eugen's gonna hit you guys up. So yeah, we'll do a mastermind soon. I think we're gonna make it open to the public, just a free thing where we can all just kind of nerd out. I definitely want to do more of this stuff. Oh, Eugen just did. Yes. Oh man, we got all the peeps on here tonight. Yeah. Awesome. So I would love to take some questions. If you guys have any questions, and I thought maybe I would just like start out with just like a blank session to show the people that are kind of newer to this. Yes, next week on Wednesday at 5 PST. So yeah, you guys who aren't transmutants, please come and chill with us because we're going to be like showing what everyone's been working on, and we're going to hang out. Am I saying your name right? Ailey was wondering how many times a year Transmute will be offered. So we're doing it again in April, and we're doing it again in the fall. So it is coming up soon. Okay, so we've got a looper. Cool. All right. Kevin's on here too. Oh my God. Another transmutant. This is amazing. I love it. Okay, so we've got our looper. And I'm just gonna do monitor N. Let me see if I get my violin coming through. There we go. Okay, so immediately I'm gonna just choose how many bars I want to record. So I'll do 4 bars, and then I'm gonna do none on the song control, and then I'm just gonna follow song tempo. And again, this is because I want to dictate what the tempo is in my in-ears. and follow that. So those are the main things that I map. Now, I don't have a controller plugged in, so I'm just gonna like do this manually. So I guess, yeah, I'll show you the different ways that you can automate it, right? So if we come over here, we could actually just, let me just bring in some piece of audio here. Sample. Okay, so just gonna bring in something, and then we're just gonna like turn it all the way down because we don't need this audio, and then just make it, just consolidate here and make it however long. And so we go to the automation, we go to the looper, and then we go to the device on, or state, sorry. So for instance, if you want to give yourself like a 4-bar count in, right? Which one of the things I started to show in the first session, or didn't mention exactly, but you guys were hearing a lot of like pre stuff that my in-ears pick up. So for instance, like I have my click running in my in-ears for a couple of bars before certain things fire off. So you can certainly do that in the same way. And now I can go to record mode. So say if I want to record for 4 bars here, and then if I wanted to go into overdub mode, and then if I wanted to go into play mode after that, and then I could go back into overdub. So you get the picture, right? So you kind of are making these kinds of automation lanes. So if we go here, it'll start recording and start doing its thing. And then it goes into overdub mode. So you might have noticed that the automation button, re-enable automation, formerly known as back to arrangement button, came on. And that's because it was in the middle of a loop around, and it's conflicting with what's going on in the looper. But if I bring it over here, it will do the thing. So I'm going to clear this, and let's try this again. So after 4 bars, it starts and it does its thing. So that's the quick and easy way of how to do the automation, for your loopers. Okay. So got some other questions. Some stuff about Transmute. Yeah, Eugen is answering that. Thank you. Do you need to be careful not to record too long? I mean, it depends on like how improvisational you want to be and like what your music is like. Like, do you mean how like too long of, oh, from a RAM standpoint? I don't think so. I mean, I've never heard, unless your session is just like a beast, which mine is, but I've never run into a problem, and I'm doing a lot of looping, so I wouldn't worry about that. Yeah. So another Ruby's asking, I didn't see how you got the track you automated in session. Okay, so what I did was I just took the track here, and I grabbed it and I just pressed tab, and then I moved it over to the session view, and then we've got all the automation stuff happening over here. So basically I just dragged it and dropped it. Hopefully that helps. how did you get the track in arrangement? Okay, so what I did was I dragged just like a piece of any audio. You can just drag any audio, and then you can just strip the audio out down here with the clip gain. And I did a consolidate clip, so that's Command J or Control J if you're on a PC, and then use this as what's called a dummy clip. So for instance, if I were to add a looper on this track now, then I could go in and start to automate this track and go in and do my thing here. And then I could bring tab and bring this over to the session view. So again, like some people actually like to loop in the arrangement view. If you have a fully produced song and you want to do it the same way every night, then you could just leave your music in arrangement view and just play your instrument or do your vocals or whatever it is that you want to loop with, and you could just leave it completely in arrangement view. Cool. All right, so any other questions? Lucia was asking, the first looper I showed, is it a plugin or is it in Ableton? Yeah, no, there are no basic questions. All questions are welcome. So it is in Ableton. It's in the audio effects, so it's just the Ableton looper. And then I showed Ruby, the automated loop. Cool. All right, let's see. Cool. Okay. Well, the effects that you put on the violin channel, certainly. Okay, so let me go back to my other session. Oh, improv looper from scratch. Okay, wait, hold on. Let me do that since I'm in this session here. So basically it's just, you don't have these automations here. And then I would just map to my controller, just this button, and this button. And then just make sure I have a click going on. And then, yeah, because right now I don't have my controller set up, but basically just map these couple of buttons here, and then have a click going on, and then just when you're ready to improvise, just hit the multi-purpose button and go punch in, and then go into record mode. Hopefully that helps, Sonia. Jane is wondering, can you essentially use everything within Ableton to build a live show? You can use everything in Ableton, like you don't need anything else. But there's a ton that you can do with Ableton, like just a ton. So I definitely don't think you need anything else. I use a few things, but I try to keep it mostly to Ableton plugins in my session, just to like kind of minimize the CPU. Ruby's saying, I don't see the looper in the pull down menu. Okay, so it's gonna be on your audio effects and then looper, and then you're just gonna drag it to the track. And then in the arrangement view, it should show up right there. Okay, so let me go back to my other session. And again, I'm happy to share these resources. So if you guys, I'm assuming everyone signed up via email, so Eugen can send you guys my like violin effect chain if you want. So while we're waiting for this to open and load up, why doesn't everyone just like say where you're from again? Because I think there's some new people and that weren't here at the very beginning, and of course I had to restart because of Catalina. So where are you guys from? Oakland. Sweet. Yeah, because we've got Greg is from Singapore, Berkeley, London. Nice. Yo. Uruguay, Canada, Singapore. Love it. Yes, yes. Cool. I'm so excited that so many people are here from all over the world tuning in. Yes, Greg, we're so glad that you're safe. Tornado watch, no. Stay safe out there, people. I'm having that weird glitchy kind of issue again, but it's so strange. It's like some sort of mapping thing gone wrong with the vocal. So I'm just gonna delete that for a minute. Go back to the violin. So on the violin, I've got come on, computer. See, even new computers that have all the power still get the spinning beach ball of death. Yeah, well, I guess that means it's almost time to wrap up. Why are you being weird? Okay, well, I'll send you the chain so that you guys can check it out, because I think I need to force quit Ableton now. That doesn't always happen, but I'm just running a lot of things to the max here. Cool. So yeah, does anyone want to like say hi or say anything or talk about the state of the world affairs? Probably not, right? Kevin's always got the cool hair.
Thank you. You know anybody that's gotten corona yet?
No, corona free.
Yeah, me too.
So
that's good. I went to Costco this morning and it was a nightmare.
Oh my God, I'm so glad I'm not a Costco member.
I tried to stay away from Costco. I was thinking about it too.
Yeah.
From there.
I went to Trader Joe's last night and this woman was like asking the guy, but when's the hand sanitizer coming in? And he was just like, I don't know. And she's like, but why don't you know? I'm like, lady, like it's been out for weeks. It's going for like $200 on Amazon.
I had someone was like, hey, if you want to get toilet paper, you got to get here like when it opens. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, Greg works at Whole Foods. Oh my God, I can only imagine.
Yes, y'all. Welcome back. Hopefully you learned a few cool new tricks in the live looping workshop replay. And as I said, we got plenty more to come. So we have some current students of the program coming up right now. First up, we have Voice Monet coming to us from New Orleans, one of my favorite towns. Love that place. And and then we'll have Edwin, who unfortunately couldn't make it today. Something came up, but we're going to replay a video of Edwin that he submitted for the midterm performance review. So I can't wait to see how far his sets come from then, but it was still great. So we're going to play that, and then we're going to play some hits from past Transmutants and their festival performances for a little bit before we get back to the live stuff. So thanks for tuning in. I appreciate you. Thanks to you from everybody here at Team Transmute. If you're interested in learning about all this stuff, make sure you apply to the Transmute Accelerator. Applications close on the 30th, and it's 8 weeks, and you'll be doing all this stuff live stream, either or, both, all of it. We get deep, so we're going to keep going today. Enjoy Voice Monet from New Orleans coming to you. Thank you so much.
We're going to get started. I got a little treat for y'all, a little new virtual set. I'm excited to bring y'all some of the treats that you truly enjoy. What I happen to be working on at the moment, and a taste of what is next out the gate for me. So why don't we get started? Trying to understand the subtleties of a relationship without being arrogant. Did my stint in holy wedlock. At the end I was in shock. Clearly tasted hemlock. Took a walk around the clock while the clock advanced. Spring for an hour, reversing daylight savings, and thus born a flower from insecure cravings. Bathing in the showers of a scathing narration would haunt me in my sleep. That most would catch on 10 hours a week. Those closest to me beat that I could hardly eat. Looking Los Angeles heroin chic. Heavy on my heart was defeat. Failure to meet that place where two souls emerge and make something sweet. Within me I could find both beauty and the beast. Fragile, held the mirror up but couldn't take a peek. Future looking bleak, stigmatism. Could barely see the end of the week. Mirage in the heat, back about the kitchen. Broken, always worth fixing. Opposites only them when they're consistently shaking. But stop putting in the work and see which one is coasting. Floating, the other holding one up. It's all abrupt to the one who lives life with eyes closed. You know, I think I might be the one with the problem, yo. Wish I could find the words to make it right, but everything I say turns into dynamite. It ain't you, it's me. I'd rather you be free and genuinely open to what makes you happy. Wish I could find the words to make it right, but everything I say turns into dynamite. It ain't you, it's me. I'd rather you be free and genuinely open to what makes you happy. He's looking at me like I'm a rose in the garden of his wildest imagination. But I think he's vacillating between an ideal and infatuation. Failed to be patient, I'm trying to bring it back. Relationship status, it ain't that complicated. Against my better judgment, I should've waited. Ensure we both could be satiated. He claimed he was Atlas, could magically support the both of us like those bra strapless. The distant harmonies seemed a perfect match, but proximity reveals cracks, the kind that can't be easily patched. We simply cross paths like a crosshatch. Sick of love being comic book material. One day we chillin', the next I'm the villain, cause I can't recognize all those feelings you hold in. Hit the glass ceiling, tuck your chin and tiptoeing out of the first couple of months that were golden. You played a mean hand, but I see you folding. Matters of the heart I learned there's no controlling. There's no controlling. There's no controlling. Wish I could find the words to make it right, but everything I say turns into dynamite. It ain't you, it's me. I'd rather you be free and genuinely open to what makes you happy. Wish I could find the words to make it right, but everything I say turns into dynamite. It ain't you, it's me. I'd rather you be free and genuinely open to what makes you happy. Wish I could find the words to make it right. I know it ain't you, it's me. Wish I could find the words to make it right. Hey, I just want you to be happy. Wish I could find the words to make it right. Hey. right, y'all.
That consists between male and female that's in love.
Yeah. Male and females in love, huh? Well, you heard a little bit of that dynamite, and I definitely want to get you hearing a little something else. So let me just make that happen on my end. Nope, GoPro's like, you're dead, you're done. Okay, well, since it's normal, I'm being told by my moderator, tech wizard, that all of that's normal. We're just going to keep it moving because that's what you got to do. You get some problems in tech land. So I did want to share with y'all a little treat. This comes by way of the kids, right? Because the kids shall set you free. My oldest son has a friend, I believe, named Connor. I could be butchering this. Who made this beat. So I decided I'd play around with it, and it's a whole lot of fun. Yeah, I'll just spit it for y'all, and y'all could tell me what you think it's about. Hold on, let me get a little tea real quick, just because. And like a schmidget, I just realized I was talking to this cam, and this cam ain't even on. So that was stupid. I should be talking to you, right? So stupid. Okay. That's the cam. Learned so much. Ma, if you out there, I love you. Thank you for staying with me through all of this. This is how you gotta. This is the land of trouble. That is so stupid. Oh well, it's gonna just stay frozen. All right, so this is the next one. There's not gonna be too much to do in terms of camera switching because I'm down to one cam. It's unfortunate. So this is the new stuff. 2021 gonna be the year to get it moving. Pen to the page in the age of improving. Even when the world we living in is confusing, you wanna be the one chosen or the one choosing. See me, I never really stood frozen. Even in the times I was losing, kept supposing that my little ripple had potential like an ocean. Trickles into waves and with them I kept going. Plenty plot twists but a sister kept going. Could not resist all that kept me from growing. But thank God for some skill sets that make me not depend on anyone for a check. And what I want, I just build it. Focus on mastering, being my best. You may have just caught on that this is a flex from a B-girl Griot who is clear she is blessed. This won't sound like Drake. No. No it don't, no it don't. Nah. I know I'll never ever really sound like Drake. No I won't, no I won't. Nah. I'll never sound like Drake. Never will, never will. Don't sound like Drake. I know I'll never ever really sound like Drake. Baby, you know the deal. No disses to Drizzy, thought hip-hop might miss me. This MC's abundant, my cup run is plenty. Been known to pour some for my homies on empty. Don't know me, don't ask, I find that mess cringy. All up in my bag, but don't know what's up in me. Is why you that head ass that stay stuck on envy. Ain't getting nowhere, it's a shame, no one cares. Just pick up your mouth and avert your stare. This won't sound like Drake. No it won't, no it don't. No it won't. I know I'll never ever really sound like Drake. No I won't, no I won't. I'll never sound like Drake. Never will, never will. I don't sound like Drake. Sound like Drake, baby, you know the deal. You know the deal. Ha 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 ha. All right, and last but not least, I'm gonna see if it goes back to my webcam. Oop, still frozen in the game, y'all. So back to you. Camera one. Last but not least is going to be a treat. The message is kind of deep, but I want to have fun. It's been a crazy year, y'all. And like, why not just do our thing? Huh. What? Huh. Like I said, I want y'all to have fun, but I want y'all to hear the message. There was a time when I operated from a state of mind that always had me broke. But I'd always keep enough for a bit of that lie, roll a blunt, and then I'd smoke. From a foggy space, had to face life in combat on an uphill slope. In a cloud of smoke at my imaginary desk, posted some mental notes. Then I threw it all to the wind like the opening credits. Murder, she wrote, steady on the case at a turtle pace, but nearly missed the boat. Thought each exhale pushed the sail that kept my ship afloat. In actuality, vision ain't what it used to be. Coast Guard brought me back sonically, admonished me, noticed my sails, poor quality and how it stifled me. Respond defensively, cause he could see something in me that I couldn't see. Had way too many frenemies. Outwardly, I was their MVP, but secretly, they harbored jealousy. And quite truthfully, my ship was at capacity. So overboard they went like Natalie, minus the mystery. Left them out to sea with no dinghy, a jet ski. Pissed, hollering at me, exposing their insanity. Used to look me in my eyes and call me family, but you bitched out cowardly and left me space for clarity. Put out my bleak, continue on my path of verity. Now all that time spent is merely history. Struggling, struggling, struggling. He called me up, rang my phone, told me that something was going on. Worst case scenario, the wind would blow in from northeast. We in a fishbowl beneath the level of the sea. Couldn't see water over 20 feet. Boats in the street, though he was telling me we never spoke of anarchy or predict being left behind in a forgotten city. I told him no. Take my son, I will not go. If I live to see the water rise, I'll hit the second flow with all my perishables and all my hope. Ride it out guerrilla style. He told me nope. Point blank, put some gas up in your tank and make sure your paper's straight at your bank. Thanked him at the shelter in Lafayette when all that would come through was a text. Never forget all the heat and the sweat as we headed west. Continuous drive with little rest. Would never think we'd reach LA and be blessed in the strangest ways. Gifts manifest, evacuated, and God brought us Yusef. Was always climbing and climbing, a steady struggle. Couldn't see that silver outlining when I was struggling. It's way too late to be hitting notes and be struggling. So I'm gonna ride it out smooth and not just be struggling. Yeah. That's the newest single. I call it Vicissitude. I know that's a big word, but if you don't know it, it's a good one to look up today. Vicissitude. I appreciate y'all for rocking with me. Even though I lost the cam, that's what happens. But the groove goes on. I appreciate y'all. I love y'all. Thank you.
What's up, everybody? So, as I said, we're going to play back some highlights from some alumni past festival performances. Just went into the grab bag and picked a few at random. So, I hope you enjoy them. And, yeah, if you're interested in being a part of this, make sure you apply sooner than later. Seats are filling up, and it's just been great to see what everybody's accomplished and is working on still. So, big ups to everybody who's performed so far. Much more to come. And we're going to check back into the archives a little bit and revisit some alumni highlights from past Transmute festivals. So enjoy.
What can I do? 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 What can I do?
I'm gonna make it do what it do.
Friendship, fuck crazy. This house has rhythm.
have a choice in the matter. We have a choice in the matter. We have a choice in the matter. In the matter. We spend our whole lives living in our heads, always victims, someone to blame. And all we want is love and togetherness. But in reaching for love, we cause so much pain. Something different, a path that feeds your soul. Be magnificent. Just make the choice to grow, to grow, to grow. You have a choice in the matter. We have a choice in the matter. We have a choice in the matter. In the matter. In the matter. Stop judging ourselves. We stop judging everyone else. And the weight is lifted and the lines disappear. We can finally see we are all one here. And so be different. This path to feed your soul. You be magnificent. You make the choice to grow. I know, so let's go. We have a choice in the matter. We have a choice in the matter. We have a choice in the matter. In the matter. In the matter. We have a choice in the matter. We have a choice in the matter. We have a choice in the matter. In the matter. In the matter. We have a choice. Don't you give up your voice. We have a choice in the matter. We have a choice in the matter. We have a choice in the matter. In the matter. In the matter. We have a choice in the matter. In the matter. rescue you, I gave it all. Embraced you with all my love. You took it all, gave back none. I opened up until I broke, and yet it wasn't enough. I gave you everything I got, like a flower in the sun. I opened up until I broke, and yet it wasn't enough. I gave you everything I got, like a flower in the sun. The jewels I gave you threw away. You broke my heart, what a waste. When I came back to me, I knew something had to change. I give up. That was just enough. I give up. You're not a friend of mine. I gave you everything I got, embraced you with a warm love. You took it all, never to return. I opened up until I broke, and yet it wasn't enough. I gave you everything I got, like a flower in the sun. But I won't give up.
All right, y'all. So we've had some amazing alumni performances. We've had some amazing current Transmutant performances. We've seen a couple master classes from inside Transmute and what Laura does, and just a little glimpse into the knowledge that she's amassed for this program. So now we're going to highlight another part of our program, which are the master classes and the guests that we have come join us, which is a huge part of this whole experience as well. We always love welcoming in our inspirations and some of, our greatest heroes, as we'll see in a moment, and innovators, new voices in artistry and stagecraft and tech, as well as developers and companies making some of the coolest stuff out there, so we can get an inside insight into how they work. And so in the name of that, we're going to do a little bit for about half an hour here until the next performances, a little replay of Laura's conversation with one of her and one of my personal heroes, Suzanne Ciani. She's one of the female pioneers in electronic music and synthesis. She's been using Buchla synth since the 60s and is just an absolute legend, was a hero of mine before joining Transmute and the whole community, and got to meet her and work with her through this, and have helped her with some streams and stuff like that. So just one other amazing component of this whole program is these masterclass guests that we have. So we're going to look a little bit at a conversation that was Suzanne Ciani and Laura from the Transmute Your Artistry program back in, I guess it was about a year ago, maybe even a year ago today, close to it. So it's crazy how time flies. It's been a wild year, but we've all learned a lot, all of us in the program, and much more to come as the day goes on. All right, enjoy Laura's conversation with Suzanne Ciani.
I don't know, one of those years. No, 18, it was in LA, so it was the year before. I was going to meet my friend, Marika, at her hotel, and I was eating breakfast downstairs, just waiting for her. And, the day before, she and I had been talking about Suzanne and saying, oh, wouldn't it be so great to meet her? Just, wow, she's just so legendary. Like, just have, so much love for her and what she does, and just such an inspiration, especially as women. And so I was eating my breakfast, and I noticed this woman sitting there, and she started talking to me. We started chatting, and we became friends, and we just started, hanging out that day. So it was so incredible. So I would love to welcome Suzanne to Transmute Your Artistry, and she's going to just do a lot of amazing stuff with us today. So welcome, Suzanne.
Hello. Hi, everybody. You are amazing, Laura. The way you've just created this group of people this morning. Well, it's morning for me. I don't know where everybody else is, but it's just wonderful. I love your energy. I love your spirit, and I love, your ability to make tech warm. It really is a challenge sometimes.
It absolutely can be. Thank you, Suzanne. Just telling that story just brings me back to, just meeting you and how quickly we hit it off. And then I remember just hanging out all day. We had dinner that night. We were, and then I've been your roadie sort of a couple times, in LA when you performed, and you performed really close to me, actually, at the Descanso Gardens last year. And that was great. And so it's just an honor to have you with us. And, before we get into your presentation, I would just love to know what is a couple ways that you embody the expression of yourself in your art, and what does that mean to you?
Well, when you think of body, my passion is tennis.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, my greatest joy is just, there's something about being on that tennis court. Nobody can get to you. You're isolated. It's like a little piece of heaven. So you're there, and you're in a separate world, and you're just looking at that ball and focusing all your attention on that one point, and you are, by definition, in the moment. Mm-hmm. So I think anything that brings you, we use our bodies to focus us on reality, because our bodies live in the real world. Our minds can be any place. So I love, that. I also do yoga, but tennis is my main joy.
Wow. And so I imagine during this time, tennis is actually one of those sports that you can actually play because you're not anywhere near anyone else.
Well, actually, it's very tricky. I mean, the head of the USTA came out with this phrase saying, now remember, you can kick somebody else's balls, but you can't touch them. Oh. And that was like, it has been very tricky because you're not allowed to touch,
right,
any other ball. So, we do have protocol. It's mostly singles now. Doubles is complicated. So that's how it goes. It's yeah.
Well, and you've been dealing with these fires in Northern California. I mean, for those of you watching, we've been meeting with Suzanne over the past, week and a half or something, and she's been like, hold on, I got to make sure that, the fire isn't coming this way. And it's just been terrifying, I think, right? I can't imagine.
I mean, there have been days here when, the last few days where it was hard to breathe. Oh. So I have ordered an air purifier. It hasn't come yet. But, no, I mean, here's the thing. I've had the Buchla case right here, and I didn't want to have to pack it up because I'm doing this today with you. And if I had had to pack up the Buchla, it would have been a very big challenge to unpack it and, put those 100 cables back in. So I have the case here ready to go. I have my, my kitty cages and everything ready to go. But it's been a little distracting.
Oh, wow. Well, I'm so thankful that you didn't pack up the Buchla just for this. I'm glad that the fires have held out and you're safe and everything's safe. And it's been such a fun journey, putting this together with you. So, everyone who's in the audience, I would just love to know, where are you at in your journey with live performance? Are you mixing in quad for live performance? Would you like to learn how to mix with quad? Are you using synthesizers? Just kind of give us a feel for where you're at in your journey of live performance. So yeah, I would love to, hand it over to you, Suzanne, and to just absorb all of the beautiful, amazing information that you're going to give us today, if that's all right with you.
I'm absolutely thrilled. This is one of my favorite topics.
Yay.
Quadraphonic, yay. And I'm just so excited to just kind of dump all my, ideas about it on a willing audience because, let's see, in the late 60s, maybe 50 years ago when I was doing quad, nobody understood it. And now I have a really intelligent forum here for talking about the specific ideas that have evolved, over 50 years in quadraphonic. So let me just start by saying that when I got into technology, music technology, it was through the Buchla. Don Buchla is credited with having, invented one of the first analog music, electronic music instruments. And I went to work for him right when I finished graduate school, and that was in 1969, 68, 69. And no, it was 70. See, 70, so far away. And I was proselytized by him. I grew up in his world, and I took it for granted. And one of the things that we took for granted was quadraphonic. So Buchla, right from the beginning, had an interface called the 227 that was part of the 200 system. And he had a voltage-controlled placement of sound. And I grew up in this. I played quad. That was my expression. Electronic music is totally ideal for quadraphonic. It is essentially a monophonic sound. And when it can dance in space, it becomes alive. The beauty of the relationship of this electronic sound in quadraphonic space is that the space can be voltage controlled. So anybody playing an analog music instrument today has the possibility of integrating spatial movement with the actual music, with the rhythm of the music, with the dimension of the music, with the, creating illusionary spaces that enhance the meaning of the sound. I've been doing quad performances now this time around. I took about 40 years off. Quad had come and gone. In the 70s, we had quadraphonic LPs. I ran into trouble. My first concert that was booked in New York in the early 70s, I was at Avery Fisher Hall in Lincoln Center, and I automatically said, well, I need two more speakers. I need 2 speakers in the rear of the concert hall. And they said, well, we're not going to do that. Are you crazy? We don't do that. And so I said, well, if you won't give me quadraphonic, I won't play. I can't play. And it was that clear to me that there was no compromise. Quadraphonic was essential to what I did. I took a few years at that point. I started an electronic music forum just to get theaters redesigned. So it was called the Electronic Center for New Music, and I had on my board a lot of the speaker companies. And the idea was that Avery Fisher Hall was going to be redesigned, and we would redesign it with these new possibilities integrated. Well, that didn't happen. Also, what didn't happen was quad LPs. We had the formats, we had SQ and QS, so forth, but there was no content. Nobody knew how to use quadraphonic. Like, what is quad? Is it to replicate the concert hall, and the 2 front speakers are the most important, and then the 2 back speakers just give the back of the hall so you have a sense of space? And it's like, I'm sorry, but that's just not exciting enough. The real domain of quad, the content creator, was somebody like myself who had a quad capability built into my very instrument. So here we are 50 years later. The Buchla is still alive. The 227, which is the quad spatial module, is still here. There is, so you're definitely in an advantage. I know the Buchla is not everybody's format. And what we need to do really is to have consciousness about this and create, have the people who create our tools give us the tools that we need. So today I'm going to talk about just the way that I think in quad, that I've been, that I grew up in quad space, and what is it for, and how do you use it, and what good does it do? In my concerts now, in my live performance, when I started 5 years ago, people would say to me, oh, you can't get quad. You can't go to, Barcelona to the big, concert and ask them to give you 4 equal towers of speakers. Because people weren't playing in quad. But guess what? I got it. You can get it. If quad is your baby and that's what you need, you just hold your ground and they will get it. It's really in a transitional time right now. So let's see. I'm not used to talking wall to wall here. Laura, what am I doing?
You're doing great, Suzanne. Oh my gosh. This is wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing that with us.
Yeah.
You know, it would be great if we could hold for just a minute because I want to check one audio thing on your end. So folks watching will be right back in just a moment. And we're back. Yeah, so we just had to make sure that all the settings are just so that y'all can have the best experience out there. Yeah, Suzanne, I would love to hear about your Buchla, hear you maybe show us what you've got there and then hear some sounds and we could take it from there. Does that sound good?
That sounds great.
Amazing.
Okay, so this is my Buchla 200E. This is a relative of the 200 that I played in the day. And it's a bit more compact because it does have a digital element. It has a little memory. So my sequencer is, it used to be 4 panel units, is now 1. And this is wonderful for live performance because I can put it in a suitcase, the whole thing, and travel. The module that I'm going to focus on today is the 227, and I'm going to be showing you material from my concert material, so the various sections of the composition and how I think of them spatially. Another aspect of spatial illusion, we can call it, is the processing. So in the old days, Buchla actually had a voltage-controlled spring reverb. And what that did was it gave the sound the illusion of coming closer or farther away. And you could do that on a dime. I mean, you could change the distance of a sound on a note because it was voltage-controlled. So it was really dynamic and also integrated into the very music, into the rhythm. Spatial movement is a rhythm. So if there are different kinds of spatial movement. The ones that we're most familiar with are the continuous ones. There is a continuous movement. There could be a circular movement. There could be an elliptical movement. Continuous movement is when the sound transfers from one speaker to another gradually. Discrete motion is when it switches from one speaker to another. And this is very much of a rhythmic identity and needs to be perfectly integrated with the music. That's why it's a good idea to generate this kind of discrete motion actually while you're playing. So some people try to quantify music after the fact, and it's very limiting to do that because you could get an envelope detector and detect the rhythm. It's not ideal, but you need to have the sensitivity to the rhythm built into the movement. What I do today, because I don't have voltage control reverb, I use Eventide H9s. So this is my iPad, and it is Bluetoothed to my H9. I actually have two H9s because when I started using them, I thought, oh my gosh, I have 4 channels. I need 2 H9s because the H9 is stereo. And then I got the 2 H9s and I thought, uh-oh, how am I going to integrate these? I can't get them to behave simultaneously. And then I had the breakthrough clarity that in this type of thing, you do the signal processing, first, and then you go to the spatial processing. So because I had 2 H9s, I now use 2 spatial outputs. I have a 4. Okay, so if we look over at the 227, you can see that I have 4 outputs. And the way I have it is that each 2, let's say the 2 left ones, are married to the first H9, and the 2 right ones are married to the second H9. I'm going to show you the H9s now too. Now those H9s do not look entirely normal, and they are not, because they have been modified. Set up now for an ocean wave sound. So they're not blinking very much. They're rotating.
Actually, hold on a second, Suzanne. I'm not sure if we are okay. I think folks are okay. I think we are good now. Amazing. Okay, we're back. Keep going. I think
okay.
Folks, if you could just kind of go from the H9 at the end of the H9 segment, and then we're over here now, so we're good. Yeah.
Okay, so there are so many aspects of what goes into spatial control and design of the space that it's a little bit overwhelming. But let's just try to take it a piece at a time. First, I'm going to play you what I open my concert with is a wave. And what's appropriate space for a wave? Well, it's a slow, continuous space. So let's see if I turn this up, if you can hear. And if you look at the lights in the 227, just look here at the left 2, because that's the ones we're listening to. And you can see the movement. It goes, now it's in the front left. The LEDs tell me which speaker it's in, and then it pans out to the back rear, the left rear, and the front right, and then goes to the right rear. So it's kind of an elliptical motion. And how is this accomplished? I have these 2 inputs to receive a control voltage, and that control voltage is simply an envelope that is cycling on itself. So it's increasing in voltage and decreasing in voltage gradually. If I were to change this and speed it up, that's just spatial movement that you're hearing. And its spatial movement creates a rhythm. Did you hear that?
I did. I think folks
Okay, good.
are hearing
So-
it. Hopefully their headphones work really well right now. I'm like, woo!
Okay, so that's spatial movement. And so here we are speeding up. It becomes an audible. But what I choose to do for that wave is a very slow, continuous motion. Okay, so that's a wave, and that's how I open my concert. And I also add the other spatial elements are the H9s. So in the beginning, with the waves, let's see if I can get this turned on. Okay, I think I need to.
A lot of wires, so a lot of cables.
Yeah, I guess I forgot to charge my Animoog. So we won't do the birds, but I add birds to this, and the birds, I use a delay in the H9 so that the sound, you'll hear the bird sound, and then you'll hear it delayed in a different speaker. So it's creating this very outdoor spatial theater, really. So that's the first spatial use. Then what happens? What happens is that then rhythm is introduced in the music. I won't go through the whole thing, but I'm just going to play this for you, this little pulsing that.
Hey, everybody. So we're going to get back to some performances here. How great is that, though? Suzanne is just such a national treasure, a legend, an inspiration. And it was so cool the other night I was watching that new Netflix show, Watching with One Eye. Of course, it's about all I can spare these days. But the new This Is Pop. And there's the second episode of that series on Netflix is all about autotune, which we know quite well over here. And it was really cool to see Suzanne show up in that. I wasn't expecting to see her, and it was just such a treat. She's always so sweet and great, so we love her, and it was a real true honor to have her as a guest on the program. So we're going to get into our next performance here. This is our dear teacher's assistant, Stephen Matthew, a.k.a. Kid Blast Sound System, featuring Brother Scott and Susan Matthew on visuals. It takes a village, and they got a great new thing going on. Stephen is just such a big part of the program here, and an absolute gem of an artist, and just has great wisdom to share with all of us and all of our students. So it's really cool to see what him and his crew is up to over there, down in Miami or New York. He's an East Coaster like me, so it's, we global out here in Transmute. It's been a great day, much more to come, and let's sit back and enjoy the sights and sounds of the Kid Blast sound system. All right, y'all. See you in a few.
She crept up on me like a sunset. Palm trees and sea breeze, I'll never forget. She wrapped her arms around me and refused to let go, so I just embraced her back with no regret. Her name was MIA. High off yay and trying to find a way, our relationship became symbiotic. I was focused on growth, but she was focused on the optics. She was in it for the fame, but I was here for the tropics, so we rode this wave, ebb and flow. Through neon lights and muggy nights, our passion runs deep. Vice falls like rain when it's nighttime on Biscayne. Biscayne Bay is a deep dive. Keep your head above water and try to survive this tropic thunder. I swear the hustle and the nightlife gonna take me under. South Florida's the eighth wonder. Reality torn asunder and the walls of my world turn brittle. Because the new Rome is designed as Midtown, Edgewater, and Brickell. Each neighborhood built off recreational activities. Fuck your sinuses. A sports car is a security blanket in a city full of Linuses. Good grief. We bad sad, on vacation all year, why you look so bad? The air is full of magic because we're all finding beauty in the tragic, all the while negating the status quo in a home so lavish. Islands full of stars, under the influence of palm and cannabis trees weeping gently on my guitar. I feel the heat, but never burnt, because I'm handling my business all the while staying turned. Brother man, mi hermano, take this pill and let your mind go get lost in a coastal concrete jungle stuck in time. My city is alive, living, breathing, art in motion, and I'm inspired to grow with it. Never a dull moment, your brother stays tempted. Plastic distractions and plenty of sun to bask in, I'm continually high. Oh my, it's a vibe. I think I found my metropolitan tropical tribe. Dance under the moon. I've never felt more alive. I've never felt more. Echo, lost in time, 80s vibe so retro. Full moon blaze, it escapes me on Metro. Let's go. I'll apply ya, submerged in the water, but I feel the fire. You come here to die or to retire. I come here to grow and to inspire. The sun hits different in the city's main vein. So much on my mind, but I can't complain. So much money, so much pain. Full of wild beasts that can't be tamed. A train riding down Biscayne, I'm hot. The motion in my ocean can't be stopped. Between the zoes and toes, don't get popped. I'm in a high-rise elevating to the top. Biscayne at night. Tell me what's your vice? It's the fame and limelight. Pump blood through my main artery, Miami life. Biscayne at night. Tell me what's your vice? It's the fame and limelight. Pump blood through my main artery, Miami life.
Yes, yes, y'all. Give it up for Steven and Susan and Brother Scott doing their thing there. It's a new kind of more cinematic piece, obviously with some words, and it's always just great to see everybody evolving and adding new stuff to their shows at all times. So let's keep the party going here, and we got Zembu music coming up from Colorado next. So just one sec, and we'll hear from Zembu.
Hey y'all, we're Zembu. We're so happy to be here with Transmute. We're coming to you from Colorado. This one's called Lavender Taste.
Expectations fleeting under my skin. Mutual lavender taste, humbled by your grace. The radio plays, I see you in this space. Separate hands, learned by nature. As you walk, I don't see you as a stranger. Reminded of our dusty day and vivid tones. I'll scream for the day I'm done. Transformed by your motion, moved by your touch. I feel you here. Transformed by your motion, moved by your touch. I feel you here. Oh. The undertow, you tell me you're falling, I feel it too. A yellow couch in the living room. Oh, 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 your motion, moved by your touch. I feel you here. Transformed by your motion, moved by your touch. I feel you here. Transformed by your motion, moved by your touch. I feel you here. Transformed by your motion, moved by your touch. I feel you here. Transformed by your motion, moved by your touch. I feel you here. Transformed by your motion, moved by your touch. I feel you here. All right, thanks so much, everyone. This next one's called Mixed, and it's about the complexities of being mixed race. So much more. Yeah, you're restless with my mixed self. Never knew I lost it. Yeah, that's where I wanna go. To the place that you call.
All right. Thank you so much, Transmute, for having us. We're Zenbu again. Thank you to all the folks at Transmute who put this together and are amazing. And have a great night. Bye.
All right. Well, hi, everybody. Hopefully all of the technical things are working, and you can see me and hear me. I'm Earl Monroe. Welcome to Planet Earl. Hope you guys are ready for some mediocre guitar playing and other musical shenanigans. Looks like the feed is coming through okay on the video. I am going to hope and pray that we are all good on the audio feed as well. And here goes nothing. That is hopefully something. Okay, what is up with my routing? Gotta make sure I can hear that. What is happening? Sorry, folks. I'm not hearing anything in my ears. And hopefully this is not going to be a problem, but I might just have to wing it. This is, I mean, you know, we say, oh, that's what it's all about, but that's not what we want it to all be about. We want stuff to work. But here goes nothing. All right. Hopefully you guys are not hearing the metronome in your ear. All right. Feel free to dance. My blood sugars are crashing badly, dude. This hangry beast will kill if it don't get food. One way out of this mess, I know for sure. Turn off that GPS. Let's take a detour. Hey, you like tacos? What do you mean, do I like tacos? I freaking love tacos. Everybody loves tacos. You got a big staff meeting and the team needs feeding. What should you serve? Tacos. You just got dumped. You need some emotional feeding. Binge on tacos. Online swipe right, date night tacos. Smoking, munchies, late night tacos. The perfect food for any mood is tacos. Taco Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, then Taco Monday, and Taco Tuesday. It's tacos 8 days a week. We lost the stream there. Taco Tuesday, Taco Wednesday, Taco Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, then Taco Monday, and Taco Tuesday. Every day for tacos. Get a good deal on a handheld meal for just a few bucks. Roadside stands, neighborhood joints, food trucks. Nuestro Salvador con mucho sabor. Tacos have no equal. They're like the food of the gods and also the food of the people. As for me and my house, we will serve tacos. It's from the Bible. You know, carnitas, chapter 3, verse 8, amen. Sometimes it feels like life is falling apart. Know what else falls apart? Tacos. Sometimes you're vulnerable with a soft shell. Sometimes you're loud and hard, like a crunchy effing taco. Never feel small or taken for granted. Just means you're like a taco. People love you on this planet. My post-pandemic vision board: tacos and friendship, and tacos and laughter, tacos self-care, tacos live music, and tacos. Alrighty. Ableton or the web or something glitched for a moment, but otherwise it came through all right. The name of that song was My Love Language is Tacos. All right. There's a saying in the theater, and I know I sound really, really obnoxious by even saying that, like I'm super snooty. But Chekhov's gun, right? This old Russian guy, blah, blah, blah. He said, if there's a gun on stage in Act 1, somebody better use that thing in the second act. So, bearing that in mind, and with all snootiness aside, this thing you might call Chekhov's gun in my performance. This is an auto harp. For those of you who have never seen them before, auto harp stands for automatic harp. The harp part of it is pretty straightforward, right? There's just, all the notes on the harp. The automatic part is you push a button and then it makes a chord, or it makes another chord, etc., etc. So this is not a song I wrote. This is what you call a cover song. I was going to say this is not original, but the song is original, just by someone else. Okay, let's move some things over on the controller. Eventually all this stuff will be automated. I'll have my robot roadie handling everything. When you were here before, I couldn't look you in the eye. Sometimes eye contact is, it's, you're just like an angel. Your skin makes me cry. You've got beautiful skin. You float like a feather. Oh, feathers from the angel wings in a beautiful world. There's so much beauty in the world. Thank you, Tom York. I wish I was special. You're so fucking special. But I'm a creep. Weirdo. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. I don't care if it hurts. I just want to have control. Well, if it's going to hurt, then how about the illusion of control? I want a perfect body. Ooh, like a Hemsworth. I want a perfect soul. Like Jimmy Carter. I want you to notice when I'm not around. Maybe you could follow me on Instagram. You're so fucking special. Whoa, whoa. Watch the language, huh? I wish I was special. Pero soy repugnante. I foreshadowed that in the first line of the song. She's running out. She runs, 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 That's pretty cathartic. I like it. Whew, man. They quit playing that song for like a decade. And I'm like, why could you quit? Whatever makes you happy. I just want you to be happy. Whatever you want. You mean what I'm doing right now, this is not what you want? You're so fucking special. But I'm a creep, I'm a weirdo, I don't belong here. I don't belong here. I apologize. I think I might have run over a little bit. Technical glitches. And thanks anyway for joining me here on Planet Earl. Bye-bye, everybody.
Yes, give it up for Planet Earl, live from LA. And despite a few technical difficulties, I thought it was great. I was laughing, I was loving it. And despite what the words in the song say, you're right where you belong, Earl. We love having you here. We love that you're digging deep into CliffX and have already come so far. So that was fantastic. Congrats. And there's still more to come. Next up, we got Sulkin Raven, a true Transmute OG. That's Kevin, and Kevin took the original Transmute 1.0 that I was in as well. So we go back to the first incarnations of what has now become a full-on lifestyle for both of us. And Kevin's just been going in on the streams. He scores music for games and has made movies, just tons of stuff. He's been doing ambient streams with his synths and writes really cool kind of like video gamey pop, synth, indie stuff. It's hard to describe, but that's good. I like things that are hard to describe, and I like the tunes, and I like Kevin a lot. So next up, we got Kev, Sulkin Raven, also LA-based. So yeah, we got the West Coasters coming, and then after Kev, we got a Mad Midi. Then we got Laura. Then we got my man Honeycomb coming through, and then we even have two more performances from two more Transmutants. We got Ralphie Keys and Vanna Wolf. And then another Team Transmute member, Hannah, to close it out for the night. So much more to come still. We're keeping it cooking here at Shabby Road in the broadcast truck. And yeah, give it up next for Sulkin Raven. Thanks for watching, y'all. Much love.
Transmute is really about the reimagination of your music to have the freedom to perform exactly the way you've dreamed of. In this journey, you are going to be reimagining your songs from the studio and creating a captivating performance with it. We will be conceptualizing your show, designing your rig, and putting it all together to create a show-ready project in just 8 weeks.
The main reason that I was even able to take advantage of this course is that it's fully online.
It'll definitely push you, and it'll push you out of your comfort zone.
Throughout the program, I will be providing you with inspiration as you learn the tools and techniques to level up your live show. This is for you if you want to take control of your career and gain a newfound sense of creative freedom.
I wanted to have a show that I could do myself, and I wanted it to be full and cool and an experience. I wanted to add visuals and bring the productions to life.
I'm so excited for you to join the Transmute Accelerator and start this journey with me. Transmute is really about the reimagining.
Yo, what's up, Transmute? It's your boy Jules here, and I'm going to do some Mad MIDI stuff and show you some of the new functionality that I've been adding to my setup here. It'll be, of course, a nerd out, but I'm going to do some jamming too and just have some fun and get loose, fall into the artistry. But as I said, of course, always some nerdiness. So here I am in the TV, but we don't have to stay in the TV. Let's take a look at the setup that we got going on here. So if we look from this view, we see the main drum set here, and obviously a bunch of controllers over here. We can look at those in a couple ways, right? I got an iPad that you can see there, another one up there, and this main one can control scene changes in OBS, as well as pretty much everything else going on in my session. And over there in my X32 rack unit, or excuse me, I have the rack unit board in the other room, but X32 mixing board. It's right behind that cymbal. You can't really see it, but it's over there. I'm changing effects on my drums and stuff in real time, so we'll look at that. I'm able to take MIDI loops of different drums that I'm playing in with MIDI triggers and loop those and have those trigger these synths over here. I have an Arturia Micro Freak here, which is great, and a Moog Sub 37, also great. Those are both able to get different patterns from these drums that are coming via MIDI, and I can loop those with the iPads as well. I have a Roly block over here that allows me to change the colors of my lights, as you can see, right? I can add different colors and mixes of the lights with the little sliders here of the same color. Bring those on and off. I can also turn my soft boxes off, which need to be on for the green screen stuff to work. Here's a little bit of everything. But wait, there's more. I also have a hand-controlled sensor down there, proximity it's called, and it is a proximity sensor, but proximity from copper and cedar. It's an amazing device that senses where my hand is, so as soon as I reach under to tweak anything on this beautiful Moog, it will switch to that camera and then switch away when my hand goes away, which is a little bit of OBS magic and some other things that, of course, we teach in Transmute. Can't give away everything here today, but at least show you the results and the fruits of our labor here. So I also am using this iPad up on the top here, right? This one. That one right over there. To control CliffX stuff, and it also tells me what stuff in my session the MIDI Fighter Twister here is currently bound to, right? So I can jump around and select different tracks in Ableton. For example, I just selected a track that allows me to adjust parameters on the Micro Freak, and I can bind the top 8 knobs here to those parameters. So now, if I play a chord, I can tweak the cutoff from MIDI Fighter, which means I can loop it and loop the actual automation. Right? So that's pretty cool. We'll get into that in a minute. Yeah, that's most of what I got going on here is like the basic overview. Obviously, scene changes in OBS happening, in-ear management, yeah, light control, all that good stuff. And I'll explain a little more as things are happening too. But what I'm going to start with here is just making some loops of these drums triggering these synths, right? So I'm going to get a click going in my ears, which I can do by turning this on. So I hear a click now. And what I've done with a page on my TouchOSC iPad down here, I've gone into a page that controls an amazing device called the Melody Trigger from the Ableton drummer, Tobias. If you don't know him, check him out. He makes incredible Max for Live devices. And those devices take single note inputs from these triggers and will turn them into patterns. So as I play, those single notes coming off the drums I'm playing will turn into different patterns that I can change the scale, I can change the mode and the root note, I can change the amount of steps in real time, reassign those things. So if I start taking loops of the patterns and the rhythms that I play in with the drums, then loop those, I can send those into these different synths and start layering stuff. And it's very fun, it's very musical without a ton of pre-programming, I guess. So let's see. I've just kind of randomly assigned things in the key of G, and mode number 21, which I forget which one it is in Ableton, but they're matched. The two synths are receiving a matched mode in the same key. One's 2 octaves up, and they're both set to 5 steps, but I might mess with those in a minute. So I'm just going to kind of see what happens, make some loops. Hopefully it'll be fun. Enjoy. Thank you so much, and so proud of everybody and all the work everyone's done, and so excited to meet the next group of Transmutants and see what they do too. So, whoa. It's real, folks. It's real. All right. Enjoy. So as you can, excuse me, as you can see, it can get pretty fun pretty quick. And I was also triggering some lights with my drums, right? We got the kick drums triggering that. Hi-hat triggering what's up top. And I can change how long those fade times are on the different drums, right? So can make those. The kick can be quicker. The snare can fade a little bit. Hi-hats we should probably make faster. Right, there we go. So, and then I can get into some Resolume stuff, right? So I can add some other visuals in on top of what I'm doing there. So let's check this out. Oh, of course it's not quite aligned, but I'm pretty sure I can jump right into that layer of Resolume too and say I want to bind the bottom of my MIDI fighter to that, and then I should be able to make myself, oh hello, a little bigger. And whoa, hey, didn't want to drop that far. Heh. Look at him. Look at my helmet. Whoa. Cool. Let's change the sound of this. Change the sound of this Arturia here. See what's going on. Whoa. Crazy sounds on this thing. Let's get to something real wacky. That could work. Excuse me. See, things can get off the rails quick, but I'm going to change the key and the mode of these synths here and see what happens. Let's go to A. We're going to A, and we're going down to mode 12. Let's see what happens. Apply scale, randomize. Wait, what if I'm like, I want some like gate reverb kind of 80s drums, right? I can do that on my drums in real time, hear it in my ears by changing it on the board, right? So if I'm like FX4, I want to be gated verb, and then I go in here and I say, I want to send my drums to FX4 and bring that back in to the mix, right? There we go. 80s reverb drums. Let's get some like synthwave tempo going. Clear all the loops I took before so we can start fresh loops. And it can get weird. So that's just a reality, too. I think these may have gotten... They both say they're in A. They say they're in the same mode, but, you know, it can get weird. Sounds good, I guess. That's kind of right. Who knows? I'm just a drummer, folks. Let's turn some sidechain from the kick in real time on the synths, all in real time. And then I'm going to kick it up here, tempo-wise. Again, take a little loop of the kick. Thanks, Transmute. Much love, y'all. See you later. Oh boy. So this is what can happen when it's 1,000,000 degrees in your studio and you use 1,000,000 pieces of software at once. So, of course, these things can happen to anybody, as we see, but let's just give it a second. Laura's going to try to restart the stream. I know it's super hot in her apartment and that PC gets a little worked up, so inevitably everyone can take a hit sometimes, but let's just give it a moment. I'm going to jump back over and troubleshoot with her for 1 second, so stand by, folks. And we got some more stuff coming, so just 1 sec. Thank you. All right, y'all. Those of you still with us out there. A little tragedy today, of course. The casualty striking none other than our fearless leader. But it really must be either her internet or just the fact that it's so hot in her PC, because there's some things that when you have every setting right and all is well and everything is working as it should and things have been on for a while in preparation and you test them, then they get really hot and things get crazy. So I've double-checked everything on my end as best I can, and I see other streams still coming to me clearly, so I have to chalk it up to either a limited internet connection or something with that computer. So obviously we have some work to do behind the scenes on that, but I'm going to jump back with Laura after these performances and see if we can get her going again before the end of the evening. But either way, there is more entertainment on the way and plenty more to learn as we get ready for this next accelerator session. As you can see, what we teach has clearly been working for all the folks, and it's just a true bummer that, of course, tragedy has struck Laura today, but that's the price of going live sometimes. Either way, we do have a very special guest coming up next. I got my man Honeycomb, and if you don't know Honeycomb, he's a fantastic live looper, beatboxer, multi-instrumentalist, classically funny guy, one of my good best buddies these days, and we got some cool stuff that we're cooking up for some live sets soon as well. So in just a minute, we're going to go live with Honeycomb, who's going to grace us with some of his magic from the Honeycomb Hideout before we wrap with our last 3 performances and potentially a redemption set from Laura if we can get her computer to cool down and behave. But either way, it's been a great day. So much amazing talent and so many cool performances and just diversity and application of the knowledge that we drop here in the Transmute Accelerator. So it's, as a teacher and a facilitator of the program, so fulfilling, and I can't wait to see the next round and everybody who comes through for the future session that we have coming up starting in July. Make sure you apply soon if you're interested in learning all this stuff and having your own set, getting ready for live shows. So I'm going to hold for a sec, and then we're going to go live with Honeycomb. Just 1 sec. Thanks, y'all.
Hello? Hello? Yo. Hey.
what's up, everybody? How we doing? Happy to be here with the Transmute Accelerator Festival. All right, let's get it going here. Oh no. Okay. I'm playing around. There's a little ode to the computer issues, but let's go.
Bless y'all. Give it up for Honeycomb, one of my best buddies, and as you can see, clearly a brilliant musician, artist, live looper, streamer, multi-instrumentalist, beatboxer. Guy can do it all. Always a blast, and as I just said in the chat, we're cooking up some cool live stuff where we're going to try to bring as much functionality that we have on our streams, from the looping and visuals and camera changes up on screens behind us and whatnot, to a live environment, and looking to debut that in August at a festival in New York called Circus of Life. So be on the lookout for that. Make sure you go follow Honeycomb on socials, Honeycomb or Honeycomb Beatbox, pretty much everywhere, and Honeycomb Beatbox on Twitch. He's streaming all the time, always has amazing stuff and cool things going on. So we're going to keep the hits going. Looks like we'll be able to get Laura's performance going a little later, so we will have some redemption. And until then, let's kick it over to another Massachusetts friend. This is Ralphie Keys, coming to you from Boston. Ralphie, the synth master. He's also been in Transmute for a good while now, since I think Transmute 4 last year, and has stuck with it and just kept growing his streams and his shows. He's working on new music, so it's been great to see Ralphie's growth, and just a great part of the community, always engaging and asking great questions and supporting the other friends in the program. So that's what it's all about too. In addition to all the stuff, the master classes, the knowledge, the calls, the community is massive, right? It's like we've all grown this beautiful network of folks in our lives that are equally motivated and like-minded and like the same nerdy stuff and are all over the world and doing amazing things. So that's a big part of having a good career in the industry in any capacity, is good connections, and they come by, the bushel here at Transmute. So if that's something that interests you, join in, apply now. Make sure you do, transmuteaccelerator.com. All right, enough of me yammering. I'm going to kick it over to my man, Ralphie Keys, right now. All right.
Called I Like You. That's one of my latest numbers right there. I'm going to give you a little look ahead at another piece that I'm going to do. And what we're going to do now is we're just going to jump over to what's behind me here. And this here is my reg. And I'm going to tune out on that a little bit here with a new song called Go. coming at you here on a Transmute Accelerator Festival Thursday night. That last song you just heard was called Rain, dropping this weekend on all your favorite platforms. Go stream it, download it, check it out, share it with your friends. And thanks for coming in, and stay tuned for Renee and Vanna coming up next.
Get them locked in a box all so long until let them out as I sing this song. In a box until let move along to this funky little
Yes, yes, y'all. All right. We're on the home stretch here. Give it up for Vanna Wolf right there from Colorado. Vanna's also an OG Transmute 1.0 transmutant alongside Kevin and I are the other 1.0 fam in the building today. And Vanna's always doing amazing stuff. She's a teacher and does tons of really cool community projects for Beats by Girls and a bunch of other, underserved community work in the Colorado area. So props to Vanna for just always going the extra mile, as well as giving it her all with Transmute the whole time and always being a positive member, showing up to calls. We love having her around. So great job, Vanna. Always with the cool textures and experimental stuff, and cool to see the video getting worked in there as well. So there we go. That's what we have from the student body, and we have 2 more performances. So we do have one of our team Transmute members and former Transmutant, Hannah, who is an incredible violinist and producer and vocalist, looper, artist, photographer, social media manager, and integral part of Team Transmute here. So none of this would happen without Hannah's diligent work and eagle eye. She's got the best editing eye on either side of the Mississippi, as far as I'm concerned. So we thank her for that, and we all know I could use a little extra help on the editing sometimes. So good to have everybody's skills come together and create this special experience. So once again, we're filling up the next round of the Transmute Accelerator right now. We're accepting applications until the 30th of this month. And the next session will start on the 5th of July, run for 8 weeks, and we can't wait to see what everybody who's already signed up and the last few seats that we still have to fill, and what that provides, and the community that grows from there, and what everybody cooks up. So much to come tonight still and in life. So after Hannah, Laura will be back with her performance to close the night out, and just big props to everybody today. I know it's taken a lot of hard work from the folks, and it's been so great. So without further ado, let's kick it over to Team Transmute member Hannah.
Wow. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. That last song was called Sand, and it's my latest release. It's in a made-up language a la J.R. Tolkien, so you can make up your own meaning to this song, but it's kind of like being in a Spanish plaza with the full moon overhead, and you're dancing this Eastern European folk dance, and it's just a kind of a wild revelry of beauty. And yes, that kind of came to me on this trip to Morro Bay and on the southern coast of California, where I found all these perfect sand dollars when I was kind of dreaming up this song. I send you so much love. You can find me everywhere online. This is Hannah with 3 A's. Thank you. Much love.
All right, y'all. Here we are, our grand finale. And we have Laura's performance queued up, ready to go. She did get it recorded, so clearly there's something on my end, but that's enough. We'll get right into it. Laura's performance right here for you, doing Unreal Engine stuff, Resolume stuff, live violin looping, violin to MIDI in real time, all the good stuff. OBS camera changes, so this is what it's all about, folks, and I'm stoked to watch this, and I hope you are too. Thank you so much for tuning in today. I'll check back in after, and without further ado, let's toss it to our fearless leader, Laura Escudé. Enjoy.
to hold you. All I ever wanted was to hold you.
Thank you. This is my last song. This is called I Love Me. It's from my new EP, Enoughness. Thank you so much. My name is Laura Escudé. Thanks for having me.
Yes, y'all, we did it. Here we are. Give it up for Laura. Give it up for everybody who's performed today, everyone who's performed at past Transmute Accelerator festivals. It's been amazing. We're here at just over the 9-hour mark. I'm looking at 0 frames dropped on my end. Clearly there were a few maybe on the incoming side dropped here and there, but that's the name of the game. But overall, feeling accomplished. Felt like it ran pretty smooth from my end overall, so also learning stuff and always improving. That's the name of the game here at the Transmute Academy and the Transmute Accelerator and the whole Laura Escudé universe. Always looking to improve and learn new things and be excited about kind of just experimenting with technology for the greater good of our creativity and community building, all these things. So if that interests you, I really highly suggest that you sign up before these seats fill up. We're accepting applications until June 30th at transmuteaccelerator.com. Throw that back on screen at the end there too. But yeah, get in while you can. It truly did change my life. Helped me find this community of amazing people that inspire me and recognize me for me and what I do, and just all the information and Laura's wisdom and knowledge throughout the years has just proven to be invaluable in a lot of my artistic endeavors. So we're always growing and learning and finding new things to add to the curriculum, and we'd love to have you involved. So make sure you get in there while you can. It's worth it. And yeah, really, the results should speak for themselves. We had an amazing day, so much amazing music, amazing performances, new things from folks who've been with us for a while, and great progress from our newer friends, and can't wait to see what's next. So clearly I could go on and on, but I think we'll keep it at about 9 hours here. Most of that's just me rambling, I think, at this point, but that's okay. It's just because I'm excited. I love it. So thanks to everybody for tuning in. Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Team Transmute, all the folks who've performed in the past and are just part of this community. So big ups to y'all. If you're new to this, come join us. It's worth it, and we would love to see you at the next festival. So thanks again. Be well. Stay safe out there. Hopefully you got some shows coming up in the real world. And yeah, much love. We'll be keeping it going here at the Transmute Academy, the Laura Escudé universe. Peace from Shabby Road. See you later.
Transmute is really about the reimagination of your music to have the freedom to perform exactly the way you've dreamed of. In this journey, you're going to be reimagining your songs from the studio and creating a captivating performance with it. We will be conceptualizing your show, designing your rig, and putting it all together to create a show-ready project in just 8 weeks.
The main reason that I was even able to take advantage of this course is that it's fully online.
It'll definitely push you, and it'll push you out of your comfort zone.
Throughout the program, I will be providing you with inspiration as you learn the tools and techniques to level up your live show. This is for you if you want to take control of your career and gain a newfound sense of creative freedom.
I wanted to have a show that I could do myself, and I wanted it to be full and cool and an experience. I wanted to add visuals and bring the productions to life.
I'm so excited for you to join the Transmute Accelerator and start this journey with me.